300 points, and we're very excited to see what is going to happen today. Will they get perfect scores today? Will they be passed by other students? Or, as our friends of the International Scientific Committee have told us, will everything be a little bit harder today than it was yesterday? Our goal today is to just bring you live coverage. We'll be talking to the guides, we'll be bringing in the IST members, and we will be discussing the questions with you. And right now, one of our cameramen is running around the contest venue, just shooting some images of the students entering and getting their seats, and starting the programming, just so we can show you what it looks like inside. Yesterday has been an excursion day. So for those of you that may be thinking excursions, this is a computer competition. Let me tell you a little bit about the International Olympiad in Informatics. The IOI was founded in 1989, and when the first one was held in Bulgaria with only a few countries. We're now 25, 26 years later. This is the 26th IOI. We now have over 80 countries participating, and a country can participate if they have a local contest where they select a team where all kids from their country are eligible to participate. A team comes to the IOI consisting of at most 4 contestants and 1 or 2 team leaders. Some countries bring guests, some countries bring extra translators. That's all allowed, but the team itself is 4 students, a team leader and a deputy team leader. At the IOI, this year we all arrived on Sunday. This is what we call Arrivals Day. People arrive throughout the day. They get their badge, they get a little backpack, with goodies, some t-shirts, and we're basically made to feel very, very welcome. Then on Monday, we have the practice session. During the practice session, the students get to try out the contest system. They get to fiddle with it. There are some practice questions, and they can basically do stuff to feel a little more comfortable in the contest environment. In general, they will try printing. They may submit some good or bad programs and see what responses they get, but they could have tried that from home as well. After after the practice session, the students go into quarantine. Given the fact that they're in a completely different hotel from the contest venue and from the team leader hotel, it's not that hard to do. So they get on their bus, they're basically in quarantine. They stay offline, they're not allowed to be near their cell phones, and they just go together, they have dinner, they play some games, sometimes they sing songs, there's a musical night. Anything to get them to relax. Then on the first contest day, they make the tasks that, as soon as the kids were in quarantine, were being translated by the team leaders. The IOI is a computer programming competition, an informatics contest about algorithms, where the goal is to come up with a clever algorithm to solve clever problems. And the goal is not, who speaks the best English or who can read the best. No, the goal is writing the algorithm. And in order to achieve that, the team leaders will translate all of the problems into their native tongue of their students. There are team leaders that spend a long time doing that. 8 hours, 9 hours is not unheard of. There are also a few team leaders that don't translate at all. Take the British or the Canadians or the Americans. And then there are the team leaders that take a middle road. There are some team leaders that say, our students speak very good English. We will just translate a couple of key phrases just to make it easier for our students to understand what is going on. Because remember, no outside connectivity during the contest, no dictionaries allowed. On contest day 1, which was 2 days ago, the students got up very early and they were here at the contest venue at 8 in the morning for a contest that was supposed to start at 9, and we started exactly on time. The contest then takes 5 hours, and the students have those 5 hours to solve 3 tasks. Every task may or may not consist of several subtasks, so it is possible to score partial scores. You don't just score 100 points or 0 points. If you look at the scoreboard from yesterday, you will see a lot of people having scored 8 points on one task, or having a final score of 256. Those are all very normal scores. I think that in total there were about 80 different scores that people used, but I'd have to look at my people here to actually get that confirmed. This is what someone told me. At the end of the 5 hours, the contest stops. You're no longer allowed to touch keyboards, and all the tasks are graded. In fact, during the contest, the grading already starts. So as a student, you get live feedback on how you are doing. You don't get to hear where you're standing compared to the other people, but you do get feedback on the scores for your problem. So you don't have to keep submitting a solution if you're not certain it works, but you already scored 100 points with it. We in this room, and you viewers at home, you get to see a lot more. You get to see the results of all the individual students. You don't get to see their programs, unfortunately, but you do get to see the scores. And you can see the leaderboard that's going on. One of the things that we will be doing with you here, we will be showing you the leaderboard of day 1 a little bit, just so you can see how well people did. We have a leaderboard for day 2, and we obviously have a combined overall leaderboard that shows you everything. After day 1, there is a results and analysis session where the students are allowed to see all the test data, and they can see if they think the test data is wrong. They can test the testers. That's basically what's going on then, and nothing big really happened. After that results and analysis session, we go to a GA meeting, a General Assembly meeting, where we discuss with the International Scientific Committee if there have been any problems during the contest. On day 1, apparently there were no real scientific problems. There were some minor problems with students getting their native translation a couple of minutes too late, but I don't think that was the end of the world. At least that's what the team leader said. And one team leader complained that the clock that is ticking down for the students in the upper right corner of their screen showed a little symbol of a bomb slowly exploding next to it, and they thought that was a little scary. And you may laugh about it, but we're trying to make the students feel happy. So I think that they intend to change that and just put a different image with that clock. But it's funny nonetheless. People feel this. After the first competition day, we have a nice dinner together, and then the next day, which was yesterday, there's an excursion. There's always one big excursion and one small excursion at an IOI. And we had a small excursion yesterday, which was to a wonderful open museum with many little shops where you can just wander around in the sun, talk with your friends, talk with the new friends that you've made, because that's one of the main goals of the IOI as well. And you just relax for a day. It's good to wind down. Then yesterday evening, the whole process repeated itself. The students went into quarantine. They went to their own hotel, and they presumably played games and danced and made music. I do not know. I hope the students went to bed a bit early so they're well rested today. And the team leaders went into their General Assembly meeting where the tasks were distributed. Now yesterday there was a little bit more controversy about the tasks. There were more questions about it. The tasks were obviously harder. That was one of the goals of the second day. But one of the tasks apparently reused a test case that was used as a practice session a couple of years ago. I think the question is that good, is that bad? Have all the students had the same chance of seeing that practice task or not? And in the end, the General Assembly voted in favor of keeping all the tasks as they were and just using everything as presented by the ISC. Now, mind you, this took us a while. The tasks were given to us at 6 in the evening. We read them, we had a few questions, then we went to dinner, and then we were supposed to continue our discussions at 8, but because of the objections that people had made, we did not start really discussing stuff until 9 o'clock, and I think everything was done by 10. At this point, we could start translating while the ISC was finalizing the tasks and making some minor changes based on what people asked. In the end, the Dutch team went to bed at 1:30. I know that some of the other teams I just saw them went to bed at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, just translating. So that was very, very hard. There were a few team leaders in the breakfast hall this morning, so they're probably still asleep, or they've gone right to the conference, because there is a conference being held at the same time. Now today, the contest started again at 9 o'clock, and I get something that the tasks are out, so they can see them now. So I'm just being informed that if you go to IOI 2014.org on the main page, you will be able to read the task descriptions for day 2. I know everybody's always asking for that, so I'm just putting that in there. Well, it's for day 1 and day 2, but day 1 had already leaked. Well, call it leaked. So the students have started on time today. They are working currently. And I'm just going to look to my left and ask if any submissions have been put in yet. And the answer is yes. Ah, okay. Well, you may want to take the scoreboard offline then. We have scores. Tell me some scores that we have on day 2. So I'm just talking to JP Pretty from Canada. He's helping us out behind the scenes here. He's actually checking the audio after your complaints on day 1. So he's constantly looking at the audio.
We have 25 non-zero scores on Gondola, up to 25 points.
So 25 non-zero scores on Gondola, up to 25 points. I'm just going to switch camera. So if we can move to the other camera, that will just, yeah, that makes it a little easier for me. And anything else, JP? Any more information that you'd like to tell us?
One student had points on another problem on Friends.
Ah, and one student had some points on Friends. So that's, that all seems to be going pretty well. What we're going to do now is, by request of the sponsors, we'll put in a video of one of the sponsors. And after that is played, hopefully we'll have some footage from the actual contest hall so you can see what has been going on today.
Universal services to support the access of ICT in the remote areas.
Can you tell us how Chunghwa Telecom plan to develop the digital convergence service in the future?
In short, Chunghwa Telecom will be transformed into a full digital convergence service provider. To support Chunghwa Telecom is the leading operator in Taiwan. We will continue to build out our high-speed infrastructure to provide the mobile and fixed line seamless services. In short, we plan to offer 300 megabits per second fiber to the home services and 4G LTE mobile services, which will facilitate the innovative digital convergence value-added services to individual, household, and enterprise market.
Thank you again for sponsoring IOI 2014 in Taiwan.
You are welcome. It's our pleasure. Enjoy your stay in Taiwan and our services. Innovative digital individual, household, and enterprise market.
Thank you again for sponsoring IOI 2014 in Taiwan.
You are welcome. It's our pleasure.
Chunghwa Telecom. Welcome to IOI 2014. Coming to you from Taiwan, the heart of Asia. Welcome to IOI 2014. Coming to you from Taiwan, the heart of Asia.
Here with us today is Chunghwa Telecom's president, Mr. Si Mu-biao.
Welcome to Taiwan.
For our international guest, who is Chunghwa Telecom and what service do you provide?
Chunghwa Telecom is the leading and the largest telecom operator in Taiwan.
Here
We
with us
provide
today
the
is
fixed
Chunghwa
line,
Telecom's
domestic
president,
fixed line,
Mr. Si
mobile,
Mu-biao.
international, and other ICT services.
For our international
Our goal
guest,
is to
who
transform
Chunghwa
our
Telecom
company
and what
to
service
become
do you
a
provide?
full-service digital convergence company.
What are the services Chunghwa Telecom provides for IOI 2014?
In order to create the best competition environment, Chunghwa Telecom provided the fiber and mobile network to enable the coaches and the students to communicate with the best quality network.
What role does Chunghwa Telecom play in bridging the digital divide in Taiwan?
Chunghwa Telecom is committed to bridge the digital divide and create the digital opportunities. Over the years, Chunghwa Telecom has applied a variety of solutions to bridge different aspects of the digital divide, including the universal services to support the access ICT in the remote areas.
Can you tell us how Chunghwa Telecom plans to develop the digital convergence service in the future?
In short, Chunghwa Telecom will be transformed into a full digital convergence service provider. To support Telecom is the leading operator in Taiwan. We will continue to build out our high-speed infrastructure to provide the mobile and fixed line seamless services. In short, Chunghwa Telecom plan to offer 300 megabits per second fiber to the home services and 4G LTE mobile services, which will facilitate to build innovative digital convergence value-added services to individual, household, and enterprise markets.
Thank you again for sponsoring IOI 2014 in Taiwan.
Your welcome is our pleasure. Enjoy your stay in Taiwan and our services. Innovative digital individual, household, and enterprise markets.
Thank you again for sponsoring IOI 2014 in Taiwan.
Your welcome is our pleasure. Enjoy your stay in Taiwan and our services.
Chunghwa Telecom.
Individual, household, and enterprise.
Thank you again for sponsoring IOI 2014 in Taiwan.
Welcome to IOI 2014. Coming to you from Taiwan, the heart of Asia. Welcome to IOI 2014. Coming to you from Taiwan, the heart of Asia.
Here with us today is Chunghwa Telecom's president, Mr. Si Mu-biao.
Welcome to Taiwan.
For our international guest, who is Chunghwa Telecom and what service do you provide?
Chunghwa Telecom is the leading and the largest telecom operator in Taiwan.
Here
We
with us
provide
today
the
is
fixed
Chunghwa
line,
Telecom's
domestic
president,
fixed line,
Mr. Si
mobile,
Mu-biao.
international, and other ICT services.
For our
Our
international
goal
guest,
is to
who
transform
Chunghwa
our
Telecom
company
and what
to
service
become
do you
a
provide?
full-service digital convergence company.
What are the services Chunghwa Telecom provides for IOI 2014?
In order to create the best competition environment, Chunghwa Telecom provided the fiber and mobile network to enable the coaches and the students to communicate with the best quality network.
What role does Chunghwa Telecom play in bridging the digital divide in Taiwan?
Chunghwa Telecom is committed to bridge the digital divide and create the digital opportunities. Over the years, Chunghwa Telecom has applied a variety of solutions to bridge different aspects of the digital divide, including the universal services to support the access ICT in the remote areas.
Can you tell us how Chunghwa Telecom plans to develop the digital convergence service in
Solutions to bridge different aspects of the digital divide, including the universal services to support the access ICT in the remote areas.
Can you tell us how Chunghwa Telecom plans to develop the digital convergence service in
Solutions to bridge different aspects of the digital divide, including the universal services to support the access ICT in the remote areas.
Can you tell us how Chunghwa Telecom plans to develop the digital convergence service in
Solutions to bridge different aspects of the digital divide, including the universal services to support the access ICT in the remote areas.
Back. We seem to be having some problems with the audios on the sponsor videos. I know people are complaining about it, so that's why I put up the live scoreboard. And unfortunately, yesterday, someone has been touching all the equipment here. Everything was in a different space, so we're still trying to figure out what is wrong currently. The cables have just been done in a different way. But that's none of your problem. Fortunately, we have with us an ISC member who will walk us through the tasks again.
Okay, I'll be really happy to. So
let's start with the first task, gondola.
Yes, so gondola is the easiest task of today, and it's about an attraction in Taipei. It's called Mao Kong Gondola, and it's a gondola system which consists, there is a single station, and there is a circular line, and there are N gondolas running around.
Okay, so we have a circular round. Everybody knows what a gondola is? It's one of those things hanging on the line that you sit in and you look out and you wave at the other tourists.
Right. So we have N gondolas, and they're numbered from 1 to N, like in the order.
Mm-hmm.
And if we go there, if we go to the station and if we start watching gondolas, we'll obviously see a sequence of gondolas like 1, 2, 3 up to N. Or if we start watching them on a different moment, we might see sequence like 4, 5, 6 all the way to the N, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, right?
Right. So if we have 5 gondolas, you could see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but you could also see 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, etc.
Right.
Okay, that's because you're at the station and you're just watching the gondolas go by, and they just come by in the same order.
Right.
Okay.
So the gondolas might break down,
Mm-hmm.
which means at some point one gondola just disappears, and we remove it with a new gondola, which has, well, the next numbers. We have replacement gondolas n+1, n+2, n+3, and so on.
So if you have 5 gondolas, then the first replacement is labeled 6.
Yes, so if anything breaks down, we replace it with gondola 6. If then anything breaks down, it's replaced with gondola 7,
Okay.
and so on.
And how many replacement gondolas do you have?
An infinite number.
And
That's a lot, I know.
Oh, that's a lot. And can replacement gondolas break down as well?
Sure.
So I could have gondola 3 break down. It would be 1, 2, 6, 4, 5. And then
Yes.
if if gondola 6 breaks down, it would just be 1, 2, 7, 4, 5.
That's true.
Or 2, 7, 4, 5, 1. Because
Yes.
you don't know when you start seeing them.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So, in order to describe what is broken down, there is something we call a replacement sequence. So basically, we just want to list the number of gondolas that broke down
Okay.
in order. And in these tasks, there are lots of subtasks, I think like 10. And we have to do 3 things. So there's one group of subtasks which says, well, I think I observed this sequence of gondola. Is it possible? So is it possible that there exists some sequence of breakdowns that I can observe this particular sequence?
Because they start in ascending order. So you always start with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you have 5 gondolas.
Not necessarily. I mean, or with.
Well, you could see 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yes.
1, but they start in that specific order. So you could never see 2, 1, 3, 4, 5.
Yes.
Because then 1 and 2 are just displaced, and you.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's an impossible one.
Yep.
Okay.
And there is a second group of subtasks in which you have some valid sequence of gondola numbers at some point of time, and you should say, well, how could this have happened? So what is a possible sequence of breakdowns that may have resulted in us observing
Okay.
this sequence?
But it could be that no breakdowns happened.
Yes, but so then it's like an empty sequence, like no breakdowns
Okay.
must have happened.
Okay.
That's
So
what
then.
you should
Oh,
do there.
perfect. Okay.
And the third group of subtasks, these are subtasks from 7 to 10.
Uh-huh.
Well, they differ, for example, in the data size. Your task here is to count how many possible scenarios may have led up to what we see now.
So in the previous one, it's just give me one scenario. If there,
Yes.
even if there are several, just tell me one. I
Yes.
don't care how many there are. Just tell me one. And in the last one is how many different scenarios are there, but you don't have to tell me the actual scenarios.
Yes, that's true.
Okay.
So that's gondola.
Okay. And so every group of subtasks has 3 or 4 actual things
Right.
where you can score points.
So there are lots of possible scores you might get here.
Yes. No, I understand that. And so so within a group of subtasks, it's only the boundaries that change.
And not just that, we have some structural constraints too, as we call them. So, for example, sometimes, well, check if what you've seen is possible, and also to make things easier. For example, in one subtask, you're guaranteed that nothing broke down.
Ah, okay. Nothing. Okay. That sounds easier. A little easier.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's go to task number 2.
Yeah. The task 2 is called friend,
Mm-hmm.
and it's about a friend network or a social network. And the task consists of 2 stages. So basically, we're first constructing the social network. A social network basically is like just a group of friends and some pairs it's a group of people and some pairs of people are friends,
So we have a collection of people, dots,
right?
and some people are friends with other people.
Yeah,
And we'll just draw them as lines between the dots or
Oh, yeah.
circles, whatever. Okay.
sounds reasonable.
Okay.
So, and we have this network described in an implicit way. It's not directly described. And then, afterwards, the second step. In the second step, we'd like to select some group of people for a survey.
Okay.
So, every person has some number assigned. We call it the survey confidence. So basically, how useful is this person for us in terms of the
How
survey?
good are they? How useful to the survey? Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
And would like to pick a group of people with the maximum total usefulness.
Uh-huh.
But since we assume friends two friends have usually similar ideas or interests, we want to pick a group with no pair of friends inside.
Okay, so if we're friends, then either you can be on the survey or me or none of us,
Yeah, for
but
example-
not both.
Yes,
Okay.
that's true. And also, that's once you have the network, and it's described in a slightly unusual way, because it's described. The process of building this network is described. So we can imagine a party
Yeah.
where initially there's just one person.
It doesn't sound like much of a party, but yeah.
Just the host. Basically.
Okay.
I mean, the person hosting the party.
Okay.
And then people arrive one by one.
Okay.
And when a person appears, this person is greeted by one of the people already in the party,
Okay.
and we call this person from the party a host.
Yes.
And there are three possible options. So, in the beginning, let's assume that the incoming people don't know anyone; they're not friends with anyone.
Okay. Every person that comes in does not know a single other person.
Right.
Good. Okay.
And there are three options. So, either the incoming person becomes friends with just the host, so the person greeting them,
Mm-hmm.
or the host introduces this person to all hosts' friends, but he forgets to introduce himself.
Okay. Yeah.
And the third option is that the host introduces himself and introduces the newcomer to all friends of the host.
All friends of the host or all friends of the host?
No, friends of the host.
Okay.
Right. So, this gives you some description of what the final network looks like.
Hold on. So, if I'm the first person, then obviously I can only introduce you to myself.
Right.
Or I could just say I'm introducing you to
Your friends.
to
which
my
are
friends, but I don't have
non-existent,
any
yeah.
friends, and then you're just there stuck by yourself.
Yeah, actually, there is one subtask, meaning in which we say, every time this case 2 will happen, so the person who's coming is introduced to the friends of the host. But you might observe that this effectively means that nobody is friends with anyone.
Right.
Because, in the beginning, the host with no friends introduces the newcomer to his friends, which means to nobody. And then again, there are no friends. So when someone comes...
But then the solution is trivial. Then it's just a sum of all the confidences.
Yes, because we can take all people for...
So just making this observation will score you points, basically.
That's, yes, that's, let's see, that's for 8 points.
And if I always introduce you only to the host, my graph will turn into a tree.
That's true. That also happens, and this is another subtask we have.
Okay. And if I introduce you to myself and all of my friends, then...
And then you'll get a bipartite graph.
No, are we all connected then?
Uh,
So I bring someone
right.
in, and that person is friends with me and with you because you're my friend.
mhm.
And then if any one
Yeah,
of us
that's
brings
true.
in,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's a fully connected graph.
Yes.
So then we can only pick one person.
Yeah, because everyone knows anyone else.
So that's another nice observation. If
Yeah.
you make this observation, you can just pick the maximum number of the confidences. And
Yeah, and that's again another 8 points you'll get.
oh,
for that.
okay. Well, that makes sense. So you don't get full scores for that, but those are reasonably easy observations
Yeah.
to make. Oh, I like that. Okay. And let's move on to the last task.
The last task is holiday.
Mm-hmm.
And in this problem, this is all about Jianjia, who's coming to Taiwan for holiday.
Okay.
And in Taiwan here, we assume there is a single highway. There are N cities
And cities
along a single highway.
along a single highway. The cities have numbers?
Well, they're numbered from 0 to N-1.
Okay.
Like everything
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
universe, basically.
Except for the gondolas.
Well, yeah, that's true.
So everything in the universe except for the gondolas. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So we have those N cities,
Mhm.
and every city has some number of attractions.
Okay.
Just
Fun things to do. A number of
Basic-
attractions.
basically.
Okay, yeah.
So what happens here is that Jianjia starts his holiday in some city. The city is given, and has D days of holiday. The number of Ds also provided.
Okay.
and then he wants to use those D days as best as possible.
Okay.
So his in this city has D days, and on every day he can do one or of two things. He might either visit all the attractions in the city he's staying,
Okay.
or use this day to move to the adjacent city.
Okay, so I'm in a city, and the day starts, and then I can say, okay, I'm going to travel to the next city and just not do anything else today.
Yeah, I mean next or previous, right?
Yeah, right. On the line. So I'm in city N, so I can go to city. I'm in city X. I can go to city X minus 1 or X plus 1.
That's true.
When I'm in city 0, I can only move to city 1.
Yeah.
When I'm in city N minus 1, I can only move to city N minus 2 because that's just the end of the highway.
Right, and of course the other option on every day is to visit all
The-
attractions.
All attractions in the city. And what if I've already visited them before?
Right, so visiting an attraction twice does not count basically. So
Okay, so
Georgia does not want to visit the attractions in the
Okay.
city twice.
but can I go to the same city twice?
Well, you can go through the city, but I mean, it makes obviously there is no point in visiting it twice because you'll get nothing for that. You'll just waste your.
Right. So I can just basically what I'll do is I'll walk along a line. I could do this,
Yeah, you can walk
but
whichever direction.
whatever I want to do,
But
visiting stuff. But this doesn't sound smart.
yeah, I mean, in the end, the optimal solution, you either start in some city and walk right one direction, so either left or right, visiting attractions on the way.
And then go the other way.
No, I mean.
Oh, so yeah.
So the first two options are you just keep going one way, so either
Mhm.
left or right, or you're going one direction then turn back, or the other direction and turn back.
Right.
I mean, it makes well, it doesn't pay off to turn back more than once, basically.
Right, because you're wasting time traveling
Yeah.
then. Okay.
Okay, and here the goal is to compute the maximum number of attractions Gengia can visit.
Okay. Well, since we're already talking a little bit about the strategy for this one, let's stay with this one.
Okay.
So like we've just observed, it makes no sense to wander around.
Yeah.
So you either wander in one direction, or you wander in one direction, you turn around, and then you just skip the attractions that you've already done, and then you keep on walking past your starting point and start picking up attractions there.
That's true.
How do you decide what to do?
Okay, so in order to solve this one, you start with a simpler case.
Mm-hmm.
So now let's make a simpler case of the simpler case.
Right.
So let's assume we start in city 0
Okay.
and we have D days of attraction, D days of holiday.
Yes.
So then the solution is iterate through all possible finishing cities, because well, if we start at city 0, then we'll definitely just be moving one way and visiting attractions on the way.
Right.
So in this simpler problem, we'll just consider all possible ending cities,
Okay.
and then if we fix the ending city, we know how many days we need to spend for traveling.
Right.
So we know how many days we have remaining for visiting.
Right.
So if we know that we can spend k days visiting some cities from this interval,
Uh-huh.
we basically need to find the k biggest number in a prefix of an array,
Okay.
and that's doable with some data structure.
It's a DP.
And you know,
No.
this is like, let's see. I think, well, a segment tree is definitely sufficient. Maybe also something easier works here, like a heap.
Okay.
I'm not sure if heap does. Okay, whatever.
And was this simplification of the problem, is this the thing that was used before that people were complaining about yesterday?
Yeah. So here it's actually even a bit easier than that, because we have a subtask like this, but it also has the numbers of attractions in every city limited, so which makes it even easier than
Okay.
something that was used. And one of the reasons behind this subtask is to give some hint for the contestants so that they know that they should start thinking with.
Oh, so you start thinking with this and then you just
Yeah.
make your program better.
Right.
Okay. That
Okay.
sounds nice.
So what we actually need to do in the solution is to solve a sub-problem in which we start in city 0,
Mm-hmm.
but we'd like to solve it for all possible numbers of days.
Okay.
So instead of producing one number, we want to produce like say 2n numbers, because if we start with city 0, we'll spend something like, well, we'll spend n minus 1 days traveling at most, and n days.
Right.
And well, if we have 2n minus 1 days, we can visit every single city.
Okay.
And if we have less, we cannot. So
Right.
yeah, so we'll solve the task for all possible numbers of days from 0 to n minus 1.
Okay.
And now here, that's where the very tricky part starts. So, well, the easiest way of saying that is that we consider a function. So let's consider a function which, for a given number of days of holiday, tells us what is the city where we finish if we have, well, say x days of holiday.
Okay.
Right? So basically, for every number of days, where would we finish in an optimal solution?
Right.
And what you might observe is that the more days you have, the further you'll finish.
To the right. Yes.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
I mean, you can prove that, and it's quite intuitive, right?
Yes.
And because of that, you might use divide and conquer to compute the values of this function efficiently.
Okay.
So what you'll do is that, okay, well, let's say I want to compute this function for the number of days, which is like in the middle of the interval I'm considering. I'm computing this with an algorithm similar to the one I just gave you. And then once we do that, well, if the number, so let's say we computed the solution for some number m, like middle.
Right.
So now, if I want to compute it for the number of days which is smaller than m, I only need to consider ending cities which are before the ending city I just found. And also, and then if the number of days is greater than m, I only need to consider finishing cities which are later than.
And so you're constantly halving where you want to do, where you want to go.
I'm halving the days, not the highway.
Okay.
And I mean that's tricky because I'm halving the days, but the divide and conquer is on the highway, so that's where the tricky part is. But since I'm halving days, this recursion I'm having will have not too many levels, and this all can be done.
Okay.
Right, and on the other hand, since I cut the number of this highway into pieces, and the algorithm I gave you in the beginning works, well, in a sense, in time which is proportional to the length of the highway.
Okay.
I have a small number of recursion levels, and every recursion level will kind of, in total, iterate through the entire highway.
Okay.
Yeah. So, we're not done yet.
Oh dear.
Because this is a solution for starting city 0.
Okay, we're still starting from city 0,
Yeah.
but you tell me from which city we'll start.
Yes.
Okay.
So if we start from any city, and that's now things are easier. I mean, once we solve this problem we had before, this becomes easier because if we start in any city, we'll assume we'll first go one way and then we'll turn back. So we need to compute so now we'd like to know. Okay, let's say we have k days on one side of city 0.
Okay.
So and then d minus k on the other.
Okay.
And I'd like to pre-compute everything. So if I cut the highway
right
in the starting city, I can solve the previous problem on the left side and the right side.
Okay.
So I know how to best use any number of days if I'm just going one direction.
Right.
So if I go past and just for this last part.
Right.
And now I'd like to know how to spend any number of days if I want to start here, visit some attractions and go back.
Right.
But so going like this is totally equivalent to a problem in which we're going one way, but the cities are distance 2 apart.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
So then and so now we have to solve this problem. We solved it for on one side, on the other, and on one side with distances 2, on the other side with distances 2, and then I could combine it all into the whole solution.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's many steps involved.
Oh yeah.
How many lines of code is your sample solution approximately?
I think it's not too much. I think it's like 100 something, and this something is like maybe 130.
Well, that's a reasonable number of lines to make mistakes in.
Oh yeah. But we still believe this is a hard one.
Okay, this was the hardest one, you think?
Yeah, I mean that's our hope.
Okay. Well, let's just, this is holiday. Let me look at the people on my left. Has anyone scored any points on holiday where they have a full score already? No full scores on holiday yet? Good.
Do we have any full scores?
No, I see some scores are brownish, but nothing dark green.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be a really surprise if the first full score would be on holiday.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
there are some full scores on Gondola, right?
Hey, could you put the scoreboard on just for a second?
Which is not a surprise because.
Well, Gondola was the easy one, right?
Yeah, Gondola might be the easiest in the entire contest.
And we see that Honghua Dong from China is in the lead now with his full score for Gondola. So he is at 400 points now. And the other kids are just trying to follow and stick close to him. That's what's going on now.
Okay.
And they don't get to see the other people's scores.
Right.
They only know their own score. So they might be getting nervous what the others with the perfect scores have done.
Oh yeah, that's very true. And also the tricky part is that if you don't see the scores, you don't always know which tasks you should solve, which are the easier ones or which are not.
Right, that's one of the things with some other programming competitions where they bring out balloons so you can see after 15 minutes it's very clear what the easiest task is, and all of a sudden everybody picks up on that task.
Well, that might sound as an advantage, but well, I've organized many contests like that, and sometimes it's extremely misleading for some teams because they believe some task is easy and they attempt and they try to solve it, but then, for example, in the end it turns out, well, this task is just trivial if only you know this tiny algorithm, which they do not.
Okay.
So, it helps a lot, but you need to be careful.
You need to be careful.
Yep.
Okay. Well, let's move on to the next task. Gondola?
Yeah,
let's just do
Gondola.
Gondola.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Gondola again. This is this task about those Gondola running around.
Right.
With 3 groups of subtasks.
Mm-hmm.
And so the first group of subtasks is checking if a sequence is valid.
Right.
Is it something that can be observed? And this is like, well, I don't think we should really go into much detail because this is a very simple one. You should just realize, well, in the beginning they're just Gondola 1 to n, and then basically if something breaks, any number can appear anywhere of the new Gondola. So so basically you need to check, okay, whether this sequence is sequence 1 to n, possibly cyclically shifted with some numbers replaced by any greater ones.
So you don't care about the bigger numbers. You only have to check the numbers 1 to n.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, so that's, very simple.
Well, okay, you need to check that the greater numbers are unique, because there is just...
Every number has to be unique?
Yeah, so, well, I mean, this is just a collection of very easy checks.
So is every number unique? And the numbers 1 to n, are they in some kind of ascending order with no gaps or missing gaps between them?
I think so. I wouldn't say I'm sure because I don't want to, don't want to give the solution to the easiest subtask wrong. I mean, anyway, it's just something like what you're saying.
No, okay.
Okay, and in the second group of subtasks, your task is the goal is to produce a possible replacement sequence, so a sequence of Gondola that might have broken down.
Okay.
And here, what you do is basically, okay, let's take if there are no replaced Gondolas, then you say, well, nothing broke down.
Okay.
And then if there are any Gondolas with numbers greater than n,
right,
you go through them in increasing order.
Mm-hmm.
And for one Gondola, you're saying, okay, so Gondolas broke until here we have this number.
Okay.
And then you consider the second inserted Gondola, and then you break Gondolas at that position until you get this number, and so on.
Okay.
And this this gives you the sequence.
Okay.
And there is a third subtask in which you need to count possible scenarios. So you need to count the number of replacement sequences. Mm-hmm. And it's like, again, some simple combinatorial reasoning. So you're going through Gondolas in the replacement Gondolas in increasing order. But then instead of just doing something, you need to multiply powers of some numbers, basically. For every Gondola, you either know, okay, it's in the final sequence, so it has to be here, or it's not in the final sequence, so it can be at one of that many positions.
Right.
So you'll be just multiplying some numbers to get.
Okay.
So it's not too hard anyway.
It's not too hard. It's fairly easy to do. I'm trying to see on my left if I see some scoreboard. Did we get any new scores in yet on Gondola? Any new scores on Gondola? Ooh. 8 perfect scores on Gondola so far, but that was expected.
Yep.
If it's an easy task, you would expect that. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. So you did a good job so far.
Well,
Friend.
yeah, friend. So this one is about the friend network.
Yeah, so this is about, we're building a friendship network where, so we have a network of people, and pairs of people can be friends. The friendship is always mutual, so we could be friends. And we're building that network in a special way where, we start with one single person, and then a new person shows up, and then one of the persons that's already in the network acts as a host and says, gee, come to the network, be my friend only, or gee, come to the network and be friends with all of my friends, but not with me. Or, gee, come into the network and be friends with me and all of my friends.
Right.
We love you.
Yeah.
That they were phrased that way somehow.
Yeah.
And if you want to read the exact task descriptions, they are up on the website www.ioi2014.org. So you can go to the website and read the full task description if we're just rambling too much. So let's go into the solution.
All right. So obviously the structure of the graph that we get for many subtasks is just simpler than the one. Well, if we use just a subset of those 3 protocols, so
Right.
those methods of introducing people. But let's discuss the 100 point solution.
Okay.
So let us consider a similar problem in which, because here our task is to, well, we're given a graph, and the task is to find an independent set, so a set of vertices with no edges between them,
Right.
with the highest possible total weight. Well, each vertex has some weight, and
Right.
we want the sum of the selected vertices to have the highest
Right.
total weight. So we get some number for taking a vertex, we get 0 if we don't take the vertex.
Right.
But let us consider a different problem in which we get xi for taking vertex I, and we get yi for not taking vertex I.
Okay.
So our problem is the initial problem with xi equal to the input weights and yi equal all 0.
Okay.
That's what we have. And now what we'll be doing will be reducing the size of the network step by step and modifying the weight, those x and y values, in order to get a graph which has the same result. So the max weight independent set has the same weight.
Okay.
So what can we do? We look on the last added vertex,
Okay.
and we look on this vertex and the host, right?
Yeah.
So let's say the way we added this last vertex is this method in which the host says, my friends are now your friends, but I'm not your friend.
Okay.
So what happens now is, well, if this last added vertex is included in the independent set,
Yes.
then all its friends, which are also friends of the host, cannot.
Right.
But we may safely also include the host in the independent set.
Right.
If this, let me put it the right way, because I don't want to be wrong here. Right. So what we'll do, we can just replace those 2 vertices with 1 vertex, so that for taking it we get the sum of their weights, or for not taking it we get the sum of their y weights,
Okay.
because we can somehow either take both or none of them.
Right.
So we merge them into one vertex.
Okay, that's smart.
So for this vertex we basically add its x value to the host and y value to the host, and we get a smaller network. Now, if the protocol used is I am your friend,
Yes. That's then you're single friends.
Yeah.
Nobody else is your friends. It's just
Right.
us. Yeah.
so then so we're gonna replace the new vertex and the host with we're going to add the y value of the new vertex to x value of the host, and vice versa. The x value of friend is added to the
So
y
you
value.
pick one of the two.
Yeah, because we can pick,
Right.
pick one of them. And for the protocol in which all friends of the host become friends with the new vertex and their friends, it basically means one of those is, we can just pick one of them at most.
Right.
So we replace them with maximum. So we can take either of them, not both of them.
Right.
So the x value is replaced with the maximum of the host is replaced with the maximum of their x values, and the same for y values.
Okay.
So now the network has shrunk. It is now n-1 vertices.
Right.
We keep shrinking, and then in the end what
have
happens?
one guy
We have one guy left. So
With an x and a y value.
yeah, so we take just the bigger of them.
Right. Because that's they're the exact opposites.
Yes.
Okay.
So in the end, the solution is simple, right? Because there is just, for every step we do like,
And you just
we have
go
three.
back from the last step and you just shrink it all the way back.
Well, we don't have to output the set. We just need to output the weight. So you don't need to, retrieve the solution.
Right.
And you have the weight as soon as you arrive at this one vertex network.
Okay.
So this might look simple, but as we have seen, it's only simple if you know the solution. It's not simple if you. Well, that's not always the case, right? Sometimes you have a complicated solution and a task is complicated. Well, sometimes you have a complicated solution, but there is a natural path that leads towards it.
Right.
Here, sometimes you have a simple solution which is simple to find, but here we have a simple solution which is actually, I think, very hard to be found.
I don't know how many people will have seen techniques similar to this.
Yeah, so the problem here is that you need to somehow come up with the fact that instead of just getting scored for taking a vertex, we also need to say we'll get something for not taking a vertex.
Right.
And this is not really intuitive to introduce the y values at all.
Right.
And and we believe this one is also quite hard.
Okay.
Maybe not as hard as holiday, but should be very hard too.
Okay. Well, let's see. I hope it turns out to be reasonably hard. That's the goal, right?
Yes.
It doesn't have to be too hard,
Oh yeah.
but it can't be too easy either. It's a hard job for you.
Yes, so especially that when we select the tasks, we don't know X people will solve this one. We can only rely on our intuition on that. And we did have some disagreements which were really huge. For example, we're discussing a very hard task, and some people said, yeah, this is fairly easy, should be solved by, I don't know, 70 contestants, and somebody else said, well, no, I'm doubt if anyone would solve this one. So just seeing the task statement really, it's very hard to tell whether a task will be solved, especially that if you haven't coded it, you might not realize that the coding is extremely difficult and requires lots of special cases. So
Yeah, if you have a lot of tricky stuff, many places to make mistakes.
right.
Yeah, and it seems like the entire field of contestants here is very wide in their range of programming skills.
Well, that's very true.
So in order to actually get a task set where everybody is able to score some points, you need to have something very trivial. Well, not necessarily trivial, but on the very easy side. But then if you look at the top, the contestants that were done before the time ran out on day one, for them, it can't be hard enough.
Yes. So we're trying to think about all of them. Obviously, we don't want to give a task like output 0 because nobody will be happy about getting points for that.
Right.
So what we're trying to give some subtasks which are approachable but yet not totally trivial.
Well, and that's what you did here, with making some observations.
Well, yeah, that's for friends. Where in the end you just sum the input numbers, but it's not, the task is not output the sum of input numbers, but you need to think a while to get it right.
Right. No, but someone that just always outputs the sum of the input numbers will score some points.
Yes.
Accidentally.
Well, but
someone that looks at the subtest and realizes, okay, I've made the observation that if they're always all connected, I only have to output the maximum one. And if it's always, my friends are your friends, but I'm not, then nobody will be friends, and then they can output a sum. Then you're smart enough to make the observations.
Right.
And then the program is trivial, but you've made the observations, and you can score a reasonable amount of points.
Right.
So that's very exciting. Okay, well, I think we have a little movie. I'm looking at my producer now. So what we're going to do is we'll show you some footage from the actual contest hall, and then will you come back later today?
Definitely.
Talk a little bit more? Okay, thank you very much. Well, let's go to the movie.
Jason, I'm the CEO of Acer. It's my honor today to talk to you, and it's our honor today to sponsor this event. Welcome to Taiwan.
This is the second time Acer is sponsoring the IOI event. The first time was in 2012 in Italy. And for IOI 2014 in Taiwan, Acer has generously provided a total of more than 800 devices, including computers, laptop, tablet, all-in-one, and servers. Do you want to start by saying a few words to our contestant and guest?
Well, it actually shows our commitment for this kind of event. Education is a major focus from Acer. We would like to provide kind of technology, neat design, at affordable price to lots of people, not just a few. And education is a particular area that we want to focus to make sure that our next generation of people are getting right kind of technology, right kind of training to prepare for their future.
Other than IOI, is Acer involved in any other kind of education outreach?
Of course, in multiple fronts, from sponsorship, like this kind of event, to charity activities and offering product, including hardware, software, service, to people in the school, in the research institution, and also for people to get ready for their future.
By involving in education, what kind of impact does Acer wish to make?
Well, we build up our culture to make sure that we will be able to take technology to the industry, to our users, creating value at a price that people are able to afford, and also creating fun in learning, in education, and also providing the opportunity to converge productivity and entertainment altogether.
Acer, a global leading computer brand, which is known for providing quality product without breaking the bank. In a recent interview, you said, "We have plenty of business beyond just PCs." Can you talk more about that?
Yeah, I'd love to. Yes, in the past 30 plus years, our focus is pretty much in the PC area. However, seeing the new dynamic changing, we have redefined and expand our business scope beyond just PC, covering also tablet, smartphone, even wearable devices. And we are very excited for this new business opportunities.
And how can students benefit from those products and services?
Well, it's very important that we understand what people need. I am a big believer of following the youth. The new generation people, we call them Generation Y, are the people that they combine life, productivity, entertainment, enjoyment all together, combining computing and communication together, combining what they enjoy to what they have to do. So what we are trying to do is to make sure that people enjoy in their learning, in their work.
Final questions before we end the interview. Based on your extensive experience and knowledge in the IT industry, looking to the future, what skills do you think are crucial for tomorrow's engineers?
Well, computers are no longer just computing device, and phones are no longer just for communication use. And by the way, they all work together. Having computer and communication devices working together provides a perfect foundation for people to have fun in learning. Whether they are in literature, liberal arts, science, mathematics, they will be able to learn within their domain and going beyond through internet and other cloud technology. And that is the future that we are seeing, and we feel very excited about that. Good luck to your competition and enjoy your stay in Taiwan.
Thank you again for sponsoring IOI 2014 in Taiwan.
Very happy to do so. Thank you.
There's audio too. We're back. We're about an hour and 20 minutes into the contest. Let's put the scoreboard over me quickly, just so we can see what the scores are. We see a nice leaderboard, 420 points. If I move my head away, then you can actually see the scores a bit better. Scott Wu in the lead again from the US. I'm wearing a US team shirt today because the US was doing so well yesterday. More volume from me. So they're asking for a little more volume from me, but you can this one is switched on. Just hold it very close to your mouth. And what we're going to do now is we will talk a little bit like we did yesterday with the guides. And we currently have the guide from Norway with us.
Yes.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Tell us your name.
Oh, my name is Coco.
Coco?
Yes.
And is that your Chinese name or your English name?
No, it's my English name.
What is your Chinese name?
My Chinese name is Jian Jia Yu.
Zhenjia
Yu. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But people call you Coco.
Yes. It's easier.
Do Chinese people call you Coco as well?
Unfortunately, yes.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, because they don't actually. Normally, they remember my English name easier than my Chinese name. Yeah.
Well, it's an easy name, right?
Yeah, it is.
So you are the guide of the Norwegian team.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about the Norwegians. What are their names?
Okay. We have two Fredericks on the team, and one is named Johan, and the other is named Hova. I can't really pronounce his name properly, but yeah, it sounds a bit like that.
And so have you spent a lot of time with them?
Yes, quite a bit. I eat with them, and I go with them wherever they go.
Okay.
Yes.
And so when you say I go wherever they go, yesterday they went on an excursion.
Yep.
And did you go along?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about the excursion. Where did you go?
We made some handcraft, and I think we went around the shops, and there was like a performance, like a traditional Taiwanese performance at the traditional center in Taiwan. So we watched it.
Okay, and so how big is the traditional center?
I'm not really sure the exact, but it's pretty big, I guess, because there are streets and stuff. It's sort of like a park. You know? Yeah.
So it's all outdoor?
Yes, it's an outdoor. There is like an indoor exhibition place, but we didn't have time to go inside.
Oh,
yeah.
That's sad.
They were like playing the Rubik's Cube with the Denmark people, the Danish people.
So that's fun.
Yeah.
And last night, it was the evening before competition day number 2. Were your students nervous?
No, actually, they were pretty excited about today's contest.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Did they do well on the first day?
I think 2 of them did pretty well, and the other 2, I think that they would have hoped to have done better.
Well, that makes sense.
Yes.
I mean, most people at this contest hope to have done better, except for the winner.
Yeah.
And even he sometimes would have liked to do even better.
Yeah.
But okay, well that sounds like fun. So they're a fun team to hang out with.
I think they are. They have like really interesting backstories.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, like one of them, like he has already been a substitute teacher before. Like in school, like he substituted for his teacher because his teacher was on leave or something. And he was like in 2nd grade, but he taught the 3rd graders. So I think it was really interesting.
So he's a student in 2nd grade teaching the 3rd graders because the teacher had gone missing.
Yes. No, she was absent
for
like about 10 days or something.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe she was sick, or I didn't go into details about that. So.
Okay, well that sounds like a fun backstory.
Yeah.
And do you see your students mingling with the other students?
If we sit together with others, normally they mingle over Rubik's Cube. They like sort of like one sorts each like one cube or something, or one layer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they just keep passing the cube around.
And they also like talk about coding and stuff, but I don't understand that. So, yeah.
Okay, so what you're still in high school?
Yep.
You're going to the Taiwan Normal University, Taipei? What do you call it?
I think it's just a normal it's the normal university.
Okay.
I guess.
And what are you going to study?
I would like to major in psychology if it's possible. Yeah.
And what makes that possible?
Because it depends. Because I chose English, I would choose English first, and then I would like to double major for psychology. Yes.
And so, why, if you want to go into psychology, why did you decide to be a guide here at the IOI of the Norwegian team?
Actually, I thought it would be a really interesting experience because I just thought it would be fun.
It would, what? And
It is really fun.
It's a great community here,
Yes,
isn't it?
It is.
Okay. Well, thank you so very much for coming over.
Yes.
Let's
thank
take
you
another
too.
quick look at the scoreboard. And after we've done that, we will just sit down for a few more seconds. After we've done that, we will take a look at the next guide from Korea. Nigeria.
Yes.
Ooh, that's pretty far away as well. So what are we seeing? Scott Wu is at 460 points. We're less than an hour and a half into the competition. So that's pretty exciting. You can follow the scoreboard yourselves at home if you just go to www.ioi2014.org. That's the website. It has all the links. You can go straight to the scoreboard by going to live.ioi2014.org. So those things will work. You can see everything you want to see. We're just going to go to a quick little movie now, and then we'll bring in the guide to the Nigerian team.
Welcome to IOI 2014. Coming to you from Taiwan, the heart of Asia.
Here with us today is Acer CEO and Corporate President Jason Chen.
Hi, my name is Jason. I'm the CEO of Acer. It's my honor today to talk to you, and it's our honor today to sponsor this event. Welcome to Taiwan.
This is the second time Acer is sponsoring the IOI event. The first time was in 2012 in Italy. And for IOI 2014 Taiwan, Acer has generously provided a total of more than 800 devices, including computers, laptop, tablet, all-in-one, and servers. Do you want to start by saying a few words to our contestant and guest?
Well, it actually shows our commitment for this kind of event. Education is a major focus from Acer. We would like to provide kind of technology, neat design, and affordable price to lots of people, not just a few. And education is a particular area that we want to focus to make sure that our next generation of people are getting right kind of technology, right kind of training to prepare for their future.
Other than IOI, is Acer involved in any other kind of education outreach?
Of course, in multiple fronts, from sponsorship, this kind of event, to charity activities and offering product, including hardware, software, service, to people in the school, in the research institution, and also for people to get ready for their future.
By involving in education, what kind of impact does Acer wish to make?
Well, we build up our culture to make sure that we will be able to take technology to the industry, to our users, creating value at a price that people are able to afford, and also creating fun in learning, in education, and also providing the opportunity to converge productivity and entertainment altogether.
Acer, a global leading computer brand which is known for providing quality product without breaking the bank. In a recent interview, you said, "We have plenty of business beyond just PCs." Can you talk more about that?
Yeah, I'd love to. Yes, in the past 30 plus years, our focus is pretty much in the PC area. However, seeing the new dynamic changing, we have redefined and expand our business scope beyond just PC, covering also tablet, smartphone, even wearable devices. And we are very excited for this new business opportunity.
And how can students benefit from those products and services?
Well, it's very important that we understand what people need. I am a big believer of following the youth. The new generation people, we call them Generation Y, are the people that they combine life, productivity, entertainment, enjoyment all together, combining computing and communication together, combining what they enjoy to what they have to do. So what we are trying to do is to make sure that people enjoy in their learning, in their work.
Final questions before we end the interview. Based on your extensive experience and knowledge in the IT industry, looking to the future, what skills do you think are crucial for tomorrow's engineers?
Well, computers are no longer just computing device, and phones are no longer just for communication use. And by the way, they all work together. Having computer and communication devices working together provides a perfect foundation for people to have fun in learning. Whether they are in literature, liberal arts, science, mathematics, they will be able to learn within their domain and going beyond through internet and other cloud technology. And that is the future that we are seeing, and we feel very excited about that. Good luck to your competition and enjoy your stay in Taiwan.
Thank you again for sponsoring IOI 2014 in Taiwan.
Very happy to do so. Thank you.
And we're back. Hello, if you're still watching from home. This is Kim Schrijvers broadcasting to you live from Taipei. We are here in the heart of Asia, where we're in the middle of competition day 2 of the IOI International Olympiad in Informatics 2014. I don't know if you can hear the ambulances and the police in the background. They're constantly coming by, so something strange must be going on outside. But inside here, it's peaceful, it's calm, and the students are hard at work. With me is the guide to the Nigerian team. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Yvonne.
Yvonne is your English name?
Yes,
and
English
what is your Chinese name?
Li Yingzhen.
Li Yingzhen?
Yep, kind of.
Close enough.
Yes.
And you are the guide to the Nigerian team?
Yes.
How many team members do you have on the Nigerian team?
Just 2.
Only 2?
Yes.
And do you know their names?
One is Emmanuel and another is Princewell.
Princewell?
Yes.
He's a prince?
No, everybody asking about him, about his name, but he's not.
He's not a prince?
Just a name, yeah.
It's just his name?
Yeah.
Okay. And what is your team like?
Princewell is a social person, yeah, but Emmanuel he's not that talkative, so.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you hang out with them all the time?
Yeah, we should accompany them all the time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Or the student guide. So.
Okay. Do you know what they scored yesterday?
Actually, Princewell missed his first contest because he missed his flight.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a pity.
So he just wasn't there. Oh, I just got news that Po and Chen from Taiwan has scored 100 points on Friends. So there are now 2 people that have scored 100 points on Friends. The first one is from America, and the second one is Chen from Taiwan. This is very exciting news. Okay. And Scott Wu scores are 100 on Gondola. And he has now a total of 500 points with over 3 hours left to go to work on the hardest problem. This is very exciting, as you can tell. Yay! So tell me a little bit more. So you're hanging out with the Nigerians. They missed the first day because of flight troubles.
Just Princewell, but Emmanuel made his first contest. Yeah.
And did he do well in the contest?
Well, I think he can do better.
You think he can do better?
Yeah.
That's a very political answer.
Maybe he's just nervous.
Okay, well that's okay. So did you take them out to the cultural event yesterday?
Yes.
And how did they like that?
They made some handcrafts and the bracelet.
Okay.
Yeah, and oh, Emmanuel made a bracelet for his girlfriend.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah.
So you're just helping him doing stuff, doing things around.
Yeah.
And how did you get involved with being a guide?
What? Sorry.
How
again?
did you get involved with being a guide here at the IOI?
And we have to had an interview before.
And did you get any special training?
Yeah. Before the whole activity, we have 3 days for training.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
And what kind of things do they teach you about?
We go around from Yilan. We go to Yilan yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, and before during the training day, we went there before.
Okay.
We had to make sure that all the routes.
That you know everything.
We just have to make sure where the place is, where we have to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something like that.
And are you going with us on the excursion tomorrow?
Yes, of course.
And tomorrow is going to be a big excursion to a nice water park?
I guess they will choose the land park over water park.
Oh, why is that?
They said they can't swim.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah.
But that's going to be a fun day, right?
Yeah, sure.
And that's part of what this IOI is about. It's the spirit of doing things together, of meeting people from other countries.
Yeah, it's really fun.
And are you meeting many new people?
Yeah. I had a chat with Portuguese.
Okay.
And Ukraine.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you're just having a good time?
Yeah, sure.
Well, thank you very much for coming on this show.
Thank you.
We are going to go to a quick little movie again from one of the big sponsors. After that, we'll be back with the scoreboard. But remember, right now, Scott Wu is in the lead with 500 points total over 2 days. So far, a perfect score on everything except for the hardest problem that he hadn't started on yet. So he's probably working on that. He has about 3 hours left to work on that. And we have a second 100 points by Taiwan, by Po and Chen. So that's very exciting for Taiwan. If you want to follow the scores, go to www.ioi2014.org, or you can go straight to live.ioi2014.org just to see the scoreboard. Let's go to a quick message from the sponsors.
Welcome to IOI 2014. Coming to you from Taiwan, the heart of Asia.
Have a Zen garden putting green.
This store knows how to handle a Saturday crowd. The parking lot helps by letting us know who's coming.
Good to see you.
The carts keep everyone on the right track. The power tools introduce themselves.
Like that.
All the bits and bulbs keep themselves stocked. And the doors even handle the checkout, so we can work on that thing that's stuck in the thing.
Today, Cisco is connecting the Internet of Everything, so everyone goes home happy.
今天很荣幸邀请到 Cisco 台湾 Country Manager Frank Wu。
大家好，我是 Frank， 台湾思科的总经理。Welcome to 台湾，希望大家有一个好的成绩。
感谢 Cisco 赞助这次竞赛所需的网络设备。您可否谈谈 Cisco 与其他科技公司之间的差异？
思科是非常专注在科技创新的公司，我们每一年花超过59亿美金在做研究发展，全球有超过13000个专利。我们觉得创新是我们主要的工作项目，所以你可以看到思科在过去25年的进程里面，都专注在科技的创新。我们期待我们在科技的创新能够引领整个社会的变革。我们期待以思科的创新来改变人们生活、工作、学习跟娱乐的方式。
我们知道 Cisco 致力以先进科技开创网络未来，可不可以谈谈网际网络的前景与发展
？OK， 思科在过去25年的发展里面呢，一直是网络的先驱。可以从最早期的 Connect Network 网络只在做连接、上网、发 email、上 browser， 到第二个阶段我们称为 Network Economy， 就是我们讲的网络经济，提供一些商业交易等等。到现在第三个进程， 网络的工作在于提供人们做一些社群、social security、big data 等等的一些infrastructure。那在未来的发展，思科觉得接下来的网络发展将是 Internet of Everything。我们称为 Internet of Everything 指的是指万物互联，也就是说，我们期待未来的世界上面，人跟人、人跟数据、人跟事物以及人跟机器的连接呢，全部会串联在一起。所以思科觉得未来的世界里面将是非常多元，而且会提供非常多的机会，让企业能够有机会做创新。我们觉得在未来的世界 IOI 的世界里面呢，大概会有超过19兆美金的商机。主要的发展在于私部门，大概我们觉得会有14.4兆，在公部门大概会有大概4.6兆的机会。那这个机会最主要来源是在于改善人们的生活，提供譬如像智慧城市的这些服务，让整个社会能够更便利，然后更能够走向欣欣向荣的一个很重要的一个进程。
Cisco 身为科技业的领导品牌，在教育上的投入是有目共睹的。请问这背后的理念是什么？
我刚才提到，就是说，其实思科最重要的愿景是在改变人们工作、生活、娱乐跟学习的方式。教育是在改变人们生活非常重要的基石。我们的执行长 John Chamber 也提到，其实网络跟教育是生命上很重要的一个基石。所以思科投入在网络教育上不遗余力。我们希望透过科技的方法来改变人们学习的方式。比如说在教育上，我们成立了思科网络学会。这个协会我们大概培训了超过100万的这个年轻的学子。在台湾呢，我们也大概培训了超过13000名。那这个部分也代表思科在学术教育上面的投入。那我们也希望能够秉持的来成长于社会，然后能够贡献于社会，这是思科最重要的一个契机，也是我们在追求的一个很重要的愿景。
可以再多谈一下 Cisco 网络学会吗？
思科网络学会是思科结合网络科技所创造出来的一个教育平台。那这个平台呢，我们把思科很多的科技在网络科技上的这一些学习所需要的这些知识架构在网络平台上面。那我们希望透过这样子的网络平台呢，能够让学生能够有学用合一的机会。那我们在台湾呢，我们每一年大概有1万多名学生来参加这样子的一个教育。我们在过去这几年，我们已经累积超过10万名学生参加过这样子的一个网络学习。全台湾的大专院校有差不多90所的学校都是我们网络学院的一个会员。那我们也希望能够秉持这样子的一个努力，不断的把创新的科技架构在网络平台上，让年轻的学子能够有机会来学习。
最后，可不可以谈谈透过赞助国际资讯奥林匹亚竞赛，您希望对未来产生一个什么样的影响？
国际资讯奥林匹亚是世界上很重要的一个竞赛之一。那思科希望能够透过赞助这个竞赛的这些网络设备，以及提供一些参访，能让全世界最顶尖的这些学生们能够有机会做文化以及资讯技术的交流。那充分的让这个全球的趋势能够彼此做一些分享，那这是思科最主要希望达到的一个目标。
再次感谢 Cisco 赞助第26届国际资讯奥林匹亚竞赛，谢谢您。
不客气。
Today, my ambulance knew all about a bike accident just by talking to a helmet. It grabbed the patient's record before we even picked him up. It found out the doctor we needed was at St. Anne's. And it got his okay on treatment from miles away. It even pulled strings with the stoplights. My ambulance talks with smoke alarms, and pilots, and stadiums, but of course, it's a good listener too.
Today, Cisco is connecting the Internet of Everything, so everything works like never before.
And we're back here at the IOI 2014. Oh, I'm getting so fast. It's almost over. We're in the middle of the second competition day, and exciting things are happening. We have Scott Wu, who scored a perfect score on day 1 after 2 hours. He is now 200 points for day 2, in the lead at 500 points total. In second place, Ishraq Huda from Australia, who scored 100 points on Gondola, 47 points on Holiday, which is apparently the hard question of today, and 0 points yet on Friend. and he's at 447 points. So those two are now competing against each other. I'm waiting for some people to write down the numbers for me, but someone from Taiwan just scored 100 points on friend, and I'm just waiting. Oh, wow. So he has 200 points total for today, is at 442 points overall. All the Taiwanese guides that are in this room are cheering when they see the scores appearing, so that's great. With me, I have the guide for South Africa. Lena?
Yes.
Tell us your Chinese name as well.
My Chinese name is Xie Li Na.
Xie Li Na.
Yeah.
So Lena makes sense, actually.
Yeah.
Wow. And you are the team guide for South Africa.
Yes.
How do you like the South African team?
Oh, they're so cute, and I think they teach me a lot of card tricks, and I think that's really funny.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear. Do you know their names?
Yes.
What are their names?
One is Thomas, and I always call him Tom, and one is Shalon, and one is Ulrich.
Ulrich?
Yes.
So that's 3?
Yes, I only have 3.
Oh, there are only 3 contestants from South Africa?
Yeah.
Okay. And did they give you a snake, or did you bring a snake yourself?
Oh, this is from Thomas. It's his mascot.
Oh, so you're not... I'll just show that. Which camera am I going for? Just show it to the camera a little bit. It's a snake from South Africa that you're just looking after now.
Yes.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
They always tell me I need to feed it.
You have to. What do you have to feed the snake?
I don't know. They always just tell me that. Oh, did you feed the snake? I said, no.
Well, that's funny. So you're in high school now.
Yeah.
And are you going to the normal university next year?
No, I'm 12th grade now.
Okay.
Yes.
Which means how many years left?
One year's left.
And then you will study.
What?
Then you want to go to university?
Yes.
And what will you study?
Oh, I think I will study second language. Second language.
Well, it doesn't. It's not the end of the world. No, it's not a problem. So you're having a good time with the team.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to go back to another quick little movie. Oh, we've lost the producer. We're just going to bring in another team guide then. So thank you very much for coming in from South Africa.
Thank you.
No problem. Let's bring somebody else in. If you step aside. The producer has gone missing because people will keep announcing stuff on the big audio system. Is this mic on? Just talk into it. See if it's on. Yeah? Yep. Okay, that's perfect. That's always a good sign. Yes, Miss South Africa, you did wonderful. She seems a little shy. She's right behind the cameras now for the viewers at home. So nothing has changed on the scoreboard as far as I know what people are telling me. Can we overlay the scoreboard onto the screen? The producer has gone missing, so that's not really helpful. We'll just have to do it off the top of our heads. So with me is now Michael?
Michael, yes. My name is Michael.
Michael. And what is your Chinese name?
Liu Chunfu.
Liu Chunfu.
Yes.
And you are the guide for which team?
Colombia.
Oh, the Colombian team.
Yes.
Where the team leader is called Mario Cruz.
Yes, it's so super cool.
You think he's super cool?
He's like Super Mario.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
So what is your team like?
They're pretty, I think they're really cute, and they're like little boys. They're just like my friend. They like follow me everywhere, and like want me to take them to some places.
Okay.
And then they really like listen to me. They really cooperate with me. So
okay.
They're really nice. I really like them.
And how did they score on the first day?
They're like in 200 places, somewhere in the 200s.
200 points or the 200 place from the top?
Places. So, like, they're not doing very well, but I think they'll do very well today.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, that sounds great.
I have faith in them.
You have faith in them?
Yep.
And that's the important thing, right?
Yep.
So, will you take them swimming tomorrow?
I think they will. They really like swimming.
Yeah.
I swam with them last night at the hotel.
Oh, so they weren't overly nervous last night?
I think they're trying to relax.
Okay.
Like just like to be in perfect shape, in perfect condition for today.
Yeah, to score more points.
Yeah.
And have you seen the tasks yourself yet?
Not yet.
Have they discussed the tasks with you?
They discussed it in Spanish, but I don't understand Spanish.
You don't speak Spanish?
Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Well, if you want to read the tasks later, they are online at www.ioi2014.org.
Yep.
So yeah, the viewers can go there, but you can go there as well. You can read up on the tasks.
I've seen them. Like I was looking at the scoreboard.
Okay.
And I found one, the tasks.
Okay. Well, that's great. We have our producer back. We have another movie ready to play, I just hear. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the little movie, find out why the PA system keeps broadcasting random Chinese language, and then we'll just be back with you shortly. And then I think we have the president of the IOI come over in a little bit. We should have Professor Greg Lee, the chairman of IOI 2014 on the show. More ISC members will show up. So we should just have a nice lineup of different people coming up so you can hear about different aspects of this competition. Let's go to the sponsor.
We are at the beginning of a new era. Personal computing is being redefined as the technology around us becomes a part of who we are. This is the wearable revolution.
We've put technology on our bodies to make ourselves better, to find a way to kind of move through the world and extend ourselves.
Wearables are a manifestation of the tip of an iceberg.
These devices present an opportunity to integrate the digital into the physical.
With Make It Wearable, Intel will foster the conversation about wearable tech and inspire the next wave of voices and innovation that will drive the movement forward.
Together, we have the potential to change the world, to fuse together innovation and technology and really push this emerging category forward.
We have chips that do amazing things. We have software that can do things people never imagined. It's really a matter of just having the imagination to put those together.
With Make It Wearable, you can bring your idea to the world and find the support to make it a reality.
What's interesting is the way people can appropriate what's out there and remake it into what they need.
There's some things that are really going to fundamentally change the way people interact with the technology.
Wearables are about your life. There's the potential of making people work together better.
Make It Wearable is an opportunity for you to join the conversation about the future of wearable tech and to put your idea to the test.
It's an extremely difficult challenge. What can we create that people will love?
We want to harness the best people on the planet and create something which blows the world away.
Hi everybody, we're back here with the live broadcast and we're still at the International Conference Center here in Taipei, in Taiwan, the heart of Asia, where we're halfway down the second competition day of IOI 2014. For those of you that are just joining us, let me explain to you a little bit what the IOI is all about. The IOI is the International Olympiad in Informatics. It's a big international informatics competition for high school students that got started in 1989. We are here in Taiwan at the 26th IOI, where we have 2 days of competition. This is the second day. It lasts 5 hours, and the students have been given 3 tasks to solve. On day 1, if you have been watching, you will know this, after about 2 hours, the first student, Scott Wu from the USA, had a perfect score after about 2 hours. It was insane. The crowd was going berserk. At the end of the day, 6 people had a perfect score. Today, the problems are a little bit harder, but there are a few kids that have already scored 200 points. Scott Wu has scored 200 points so he scored 100 points on Gondola and 100 points on Friend. And Pro and Chen from Taiwan has also scored 200 points today. I believe he's in 4th place. Is that, do I see that correct? And so Isra Huda from Australia has 147 points today, bringing him up to 447 points. That is a 2nd place overall at this point in time. But remember, there were 6 students that had 300 points on the first day. So it will be a tough competition. It will be very hard getting into that top group. This is a very, very hard day today. The IOI is not only about the scientific content and about the scientific competition, it's also about making friends, making new friends, meeting the leaders of tomorrow, meeting other brilliant minds. If you've been at home and you sit behind your computer program and you think, oh, nobody likes me, I'm the only one like this, you come to an event like this and all of a sudden you will see hundreds of people from all over the world that love programming, that love algorithms, and that just love talking about random things. We've had the guides of some of the countries over in the chair next to me, and we'll bring in some more guides in a little bit. And we were talking with them, and it turns out that the students, they play Rubik's Cube, they talk, they swim, they have a wonderful time here meeting each other, talking to each other, and just enjoying Taiwan. So what I'm going to do next is I will bring in the guide from Finland, and Finland is going to show up, and he's right here. Just sit down here. I will give you a microphone. We've just received a hint that if you have the microphone touching your chin, everybody can hear you.
So I have to put it like this?
Yeah, just hold it like this.
Okay.
That seemed to work great.
Okay.
And what's going to happen, just for you and the viewers at home can't see this, but JP Pretty, the Canadian team leader, or one of the Canadian team leaders, he's monitoring the audio and he's monitoring the feedback that the viewers at home are giving. So if anybody has any questions you'd like me to ask to the guides, just type them in the comment section of the live stream. And JP puts his thumb up that the audio is good, but you haven't said that much yet.
Yep.
But we'll figure it out. So tell me, what is your name?
I'm Brian.
Brian.
Yep.
And is that your Chinese name?
No, my Chinese name is Huang Liangqing.
Huang Liangqing.
Yes.
Okay, it's very hard for me to
pronounce
all the Chinese names, but I do try. I make a conscious effort. So you are the guide for Finland.
Yes.
What does it mean to you being a guide?
Well, it provides me with an opportunity to interact with foreigners, and it gives me the chance to have a cultural exchange. We learn about each other's languages and everything.
Have you been learning Finnish?
No, but I have learned Swedish.
You've learned some Swedish?
Yeah, so we have something to talk about, with the Finnish guys.
Okay.
Yeah, they're pretty interested in talking about languages.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
And are they very excited about the competition?
Yeah, they are. Even though they might not talk as much as some guys say, like Argentinians, but they are enthusiastic about the competition.
And are they doing well?
As I recall, I think 2 of them are within the silver range.
Okay.
Like yesterday, and 1 is in the bronze range, but the last one didn't do that well.
Oh well.
Yeah, so.
But that can happen, right? That's why they bring 4 people.
Yeah.
So they have 4 chances of doing really well.
Mm.
No, but that's great. And so, have you been going on all the excursions with them?
Yeah.
And did you pick them up from the airport, or
how
did you first meet them?
No. Oh, I met them at the hotel.
So you were waiting for them?
Yeah, we were waiting with them.
And did you know that they were on the bus, and you just stood outside the bus?
They came in late. They came in way later than the others. They missed the practice session and the opening ceremony.
Oh, they missed it all?
Yeah.
And did they have problems with their flights, or did they?
Yeah, their flight was much delayed.
Oh, that's sad. And that's annoying if you miss the practice session.
Yeah, it's really annoying for them.
But they still managed to make it all. And like you said, they're still in silver place. Or they were.
Yeah, they were, but I'm not sure about their current position.
Have you been following the position today?
No.
Not at all?
Yeah, I was too tired.
Too tired?
Yeah, because I haven't slept well since a couple of days.
Okay. So what is what is the thing? What are the things that you do the night before the competition to calm them down and make sure that they're okay?
Yeah, like I told them to have an like early sleep, and I'll like promise to like remind them of the schedule so that they won't have any like concerns like before the competition.
Yeah, I always tell the Dutch students, you know, I'm the team leader for the Netherlands as well, and I tell my students, you know, whatever you do, you don't have to worry about waking up on time. Because if you don't wake up on time, there will be a guy banging on your door. So, you know, set your alarm, but don't be nervous, because if you're a little bit late, it's not a problem. They will wake you up.
But they're really punctual guys. Like, they wake up at 6 in the morning. It turns out that they wake up at 6 in the morning, and I don't have to like even remind them about it.
You don't have to do anything.
I don't have to do anything about that. I just have to tell them that when we're departing from the hotel, and that's it. They'll come like I never have to remind them.
Okay, well that's good to hear.
Yeah, it's good for me.
It's a little easier for you.
Yep.
And what is your plan for next year? You go to university?
Yep.
And what will you study?
I think I'll study like I'm still deciding between like biology or like medicine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen a single guide that actually wants to study computer science next year. Aren't we convincing you that a little bit that this is a fun field with fun people?
It is a really fun field. Like I like computers and technology a lot, but I haven't gotten like I didn't delve into the field of informatics very deeply. So I guess it might be a little bit late for me to, yeah.
It's never too late to learn.
Yeah, I understand that, but like I'm more interested in biology and like, yeah,
well, that makes
relatively.
Sense. Let's see if we can put the scoreboard over the two of us just for a little bit. And what we can see now is, so I have there's a big scoreboard in front of me that you don't see at home, and it says Go Canada. And so just Go Canada is apparently the message that I'm supposed to give. But in first place, Scott Wu from the US with 200 points today for a total score of 500 points overall. He still has a little while left to start working on holiday. In shared second place, Isra Huda from Australia and Honghua Dong from China, who both have 300 points on day one, and they both have 147 points today. So they both scored 100 points on Gondola, which was the easy question, and they've both scored 47 points on Holiday, which is the hard question. They are still, they haven't started working on Friend yet, as far as we can see. So their total score is 447 points. And in, what do we see there? Fourth place, Dingy Yu from China at 446 points. That's an interesting score. And Taiwan in fifth place still, Po En Chan with 442 points. So go Taiwan, we're very happy to be here. It's a wonderful country. Thank you for having us over. What we're going to do is we will go to another movie that we have to show, and we're just showing them now because now it's still early. After we've seen that movie, hopefully we can get some more footage from the contest hall so you can see how excited the kids are and how they're actually working fully concentrated on the task. So let's go to the movie.
Welcome to IOI 2014. Coming to you from Taiwan, the heart of Asia.
Here with us today is the chairman of the Taipei Easy Car Corporation, Mr. Zhang Jiashen.
Welcome to Taipei and Taiwan.
By now, our international guests will all have an Easy Car in their hands, which is generously provided by the Easy Car Corporation. Most of them will be wondering what the card is for. Can you please give us a brief introduction to the Easy Car system?
Yes. Imagine when you wake up in the mornings, the first thing you want to do is to have a breakfast. So you can use your Easy Car to buy some coffee or breakfast. Then after that, you will go to the, your office or some other place you may use that to take bus, take MRT, and in other time, maybe in the holidays, you want to take a tour of the cities. You can rent a bicycle, e-bike, and using that to take a tour. So, and after that, you can using your ED car to rent to go to the libraries and rent a book, and you can go to the room park and using ED car to take gondolas. Those kind of things is very easy to use in the ED car. It's not just a transportation card, it's also a micropayment card.
Can you tell our international guests how they can tour Taipei City using EasyCard?
EasyCard has been issued for 45 million in these years. So there are a lot of people using this EasyCard, and I just mentioned the EasyCard can be using as a transportation card, also as a micropayment card. So this card is not just a transportation card, it's a life card. So we want to make our life much easier, as possible as easier. And all the guests can using this ED card to tour the Taipei City. They can using it to take bus, take train, and also take MRT. And there are more than 16,000 stores around the island. You can using ED card to buy something. And for example, 7-Eleven, Family Mart, OK store, and those chain stores you can using ED card to buy anything you like. There are also other things you can using ED card to do. Is you can using ED card to rent a bicycle, U-bike, and using this U-bike to tour the cities. I think those kind of things is very easier to using ED card.
Our participants are from 80 different countries. The next time when they're visiting Taiwan with their friends, where can they purchase an EasyCard, and what ID do they need to bring with them?
You don't have to prepare any IDs. The ED card is unregistered card, so anyone can buy the ED card. You can buy it in the convenience store, or you can buy it at the MRT stations. So there are a lot of locations you can buy the ED cards. It's very easy to get that.
Final questions before we end the interview. What is EasyCard planning to do in the near future?
Since the mobile payment is very popular in the futures, so we try to put an ED card into the mobile phone. So that's mobile payments. And we formed a new companies with 5 other major telecom companies in the local. So these companies will combine a lot of credit card and ED card into the phone, so you can using the phone to replace the ED card, and we call it mobile payments. So in the near future, we can use your phone instead of an ED card.
Thank you again for sponsoring IOI 2014 in Taiwan.
Thank you very much.
And we're back. We're about 2 hours and 10 minutes into the second competition day at the IOI 2014, coming to you live from Taipei. And if you guys are following the leaderboard on live.ioi2014.org, you would see that Scott Wu from the USA is still in first place. He scored 200 points today. perfect scores on Gondola and Friend, 0 points on Holiday so far, so he must be working on that. So it gives him a total of 500 points overall. Second place, Ding Li Yu from China with 100 points on Gondola and 69 points on Friend. Now, exciting news for the people from Taipei that are watching. Po En Chen from Taiwan has 207 points so far today, which puts him in third place. So he has scored points on all 3 tasks of today. So this is very exciting. We'll get back to you in a little bit with more stuff. We'll just keep the overlay on the screen for a little bit. But while we do that, let me talk to my friend, the head of PR here at the IOI.
Or actually the deputy head of the PR.
The deputy head of PR. Tell us, what is your name?
Oh, they call me William.
William?
Yeah.
And what is your Chinese name?
Call me Xu Weiyuan. Weiyuan.
Xu Weiyuan? Weiyuan?
Weiyuan, yes.
Weiyuan.
Yeah.
Okay, so those are all very hard for me to pronounce.
Oh, that's no problem.
Okay. So you are the deputy head of PR.
Yep.
What have you been doing to publicize this event?
Well, actually, my job in this IOI is to dispatch the photographers to nearly 90% of the events. So we try to record everything. And every day there's a newsletter on the table that you can see. Well, what I'm trying to do is to put as much information for you on the newsletters.
And are the newsletters online as well?
Oh, yes, they are online. So you can download it from www.ioi2014.org.
Okay, so if you just go to the normal website, www.ioi2014.org, you can see all the newsletters. So you can see the information that we're seeing and see all the pictures.
Yep.
And so how many photographers do you have on the ground?
Oh, I have 6 of them running around with the guests, with the leaders, and with the contestants.
Okay.
So up to today, we have around 50 gigs of pictures to process. So that's quite a lot of amount to do.
And how do you do all the processing?
We're trying to find a host site that would hold on for at least 10 years to put these pictures with it. But one of the problems is that each of the pictures are so large that we need to pre-process them to cut down to under 1 megabyte, so you can download it much faster. But some people would like to have their original pictures in high resolution, so we're trying to find a solution for that.
Okay. So your goal is that in the end, even in 8 years from now, people can still go and find the pictures from this.
I hope so. Last night, during the translation night, somebody just mentioned that they wish to find IOIs or information of IOI for every single IOI, but I say that some of the websites are already down. Well, that's a pity. So we need to preserve this information.
You are correct. And we spoke a little bit yesterday with Martins Obmanis from Latvia, and he keeps track of all the past participants, but not so all the statistics, but he doesn't keep track of all the pictures.
Yeah.
And the pictures, show you a lot about what's going on at the IOI.
Yeah, that is true. You can tell stories with pictures.
Right. Have you seen any interesting things happen yourself while you're walking around the IOI?
Well, if you notice about the newsletters, this year we have a photographer with a 600 magnifying lens. So you can see actually what the contestants are doing on their table. You can practically see what they're writing on their desk.
Wow. That's exciting. And so for you, this is your first IOI. You've never been to an IOI before.
Oh, last year I was a translator in the Brisbane IOI.
Oh, and that was so you could pick up on what the IOI is all about?
No, actually, I've been in the training camp for Taiwan team in 1995, although I wasn't selected.
You were a participant? Well, you tried to be a participant?
Yeah, I was in the final round of selection.
Okay.
But that is 20 years ago. IOI should be a lot quite different from that time.
But well, that's nice. So you actually stuck around, and that's what this IOI community is all about.
Yeah, because I always love programming. So actually in my teaching career, I'm trying to attract more students to come into the EE or the computer science sector. So actually I built some toys like this, from Star Wars.
Oh boy.
The Ignite, inside there's a microprocessor. And you see with sound effects, with lighting effects, and with actually circuit laying, and you download programs into it to make this blade ignite or retrack.
You can write programs for it?
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
So inside it's an Adreno chip
how do I turn it on?
With a simple switch.
Ooh.
And so with some creativities, you can plate this thing. It's actually the same thing but plated, so you can see it's actually more colorful.
Oh, I like that. Are you not afraid that people are just going to whack them and destroy them?
Oh no, these are for whacking. You know, if your student does not listen to you, you just whack him like this.
Okay, I think we're giving out the wrong impression now.
No, we're not in violence, okay?
What's going on?
I'm trying to attract you to computer science. I'm not trying to kill you, okay?
So you are a computer science teacher? Then?
Yes, I am.
At a high school or a university?
University. The northmost university of Taiwan. It's in Keelung. So actually my office, when you look out, you just see the ocean.
Wow. That's very nice then.
Well, the other part of that is that the wind is too salty, so I have difficult time of maintaining my machines.
Ah, okay. There's too much salt in the air, too much humidity.
Too much salt. Salt is more damaging than humidity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good thing to know. So, do you have any former IOI students that come to your university to study there?
Not quite yet. I'm trying to promote students to choose because past in my university, people do not like programming that much. But I'm the first teacher or the first IOI participant that has been recruited to the university. So this is what I'm trying to do. Try and attract more programming style students who loves program and come into our university and study with me and let's do program together.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Well, that's great to hear. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to a little movie and show some footage from the actual contest hall.
Oh, yes.
I mean, you've been there many times. What does it feel like? Is there a buzz? Are the kids nervous or just hard at work? You don't feel anything?
Well, have you read today's newsletter? We have a contestant from Bangladesh. He just cocooned himself in the blanket, so you can see how high the pressure was.
Oh, that's the
guy
kid with the Snuggie who was really cold.
Yeah, who has his face out.
Yeah. Outside is very warm, and inside every room is just freezing cold.
Yeah, especially when you get nervous, it's getting even colder.
That's true. You get all the sweatiness. Well, let's go to the movie, and then we'll be back with the live scoreboard after the movie. And we'll probably put the scoreboard up over the movie every once in a while. So, and just bear with us. We're about halfway down the contest. And we'll just keep you posted on everything that's been going on. And we will bring in some more people so you can have hear about different sides of the story. So once again, this is a live broadcast from IOI 2014 in Taipei, Taiwan, where the students are about halfway down the second day of competition. So it's almost over for them. Another 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 40 minutes probably. And it will be over and we will know who the winner is. Currently still in first place, Scott Wu from the USA with 500 points overall. And Ding Yu from China with 469 in second place. If you want to watch the scores, go to live.ioi2014.org where you can see the live scoreboard. Let's go and look what's happening in the contest hall. Okay, so welcome. We're still broadcasting to you live from IOI 2014 here in Taipei. With me is currently the guide from Australia, who is just getting hyper because the Australian student Ishra Huda has just scored 100 points on holiday. And holiday is supposedly the hardest task of today, the unsolvable task. And 4 people have solved the unsolvable task so far. So there's Ishra Huda, Jinjiang Xu from China, Nikolai Zvadnice from, is that Georgia? Yes, I recognize the flag properly. And Jacob Jackson from Canada. So those 4 students have a full score on holiday. If we look at the global leaderboard, there are currently 3 people in the lead. Ishrak Huda from Australia, Scott Wu from the US, and Jinjiang Xu from China. Those 3 people all have 500 points, but they have them on slightly different problems. Ishrak Huda and Jinjiang Xu still have to solve friend, which is supposedly one of the easier problems, and Scott Wu still has to solve holiday, which is supposedly one of the harder problems. So this is very exciting and a little troublesome as well, because we now have 3 people with the same score in the lead. So I'm hoping that we'll get a little distinction there. Now let's talk to Australia.
Hello, how are you doing?
What is your name?
My name's Henry.
Henry?
Yes, Henry.
And what is your Chinese name, Henry?
Oh, my Chinese name is Li Han.
Li Han?
Yeah, it's much more simpler than all the other Chinese names out there.
I was about to say, that's a simple Chinese name. We can all do that.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're the leader for the guide for the Australian team?
Yes, I am.
How many Australians are there on your team?
Oh, right now there are 4 Australians. One of them is right now Ishrak Honda. The other 3 are Oliver, Ray, and Michael.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are they nice?
They are nice, but they're not exactly the most interactive of all students. I try to at least get their extroverted side out of them. Okay. But I'm trying my best. But at least I could get a chance to talk to them. They are quite nice, I have to admit.
But do you think they're maybe just very focused on the competition, and that's why they're not overly extrovert?
Well, maybe they're focusing on the competition, but I can't see that to be honest. Yeah.
Well, tomorrow you're going to the big swimming park with them?
Yes, I am going to.
So I hope it will be a fun day then.
I hope, yeah.
So tell us a little more about Ishrak Huda.
Well, Ishrak Huda is, one of the most peculiar people I have known, to be honest. Because I kind of find it funny. Like, it's an Australian team, but in the team there are 2 Asians, an Indian guy, and a white guy. So I kind of find that very strange about Australia. Okay. Yeah. But Ishrak is nice. He is kind of nice. Like I kind of find it funny of an Indian guy speaking in an Aussie accent, which is kind of funny. But he is nice. I chat with him along, and we get the group together and we just sort of chat it out. And I kind of realize that he is a great guy. Like even though that he doesn't talk much, but often we might struck up a conversation, and then therefore I get to know him better.
And
yes.
Do they participate in the partying or the singing and dancing?
Well, I do try to persuade them to come, but no, not really. No, not really. They sleep at 10 usually. Okay. I end at the hotel at 10, at night. But yeah.
But those were the nights before the contest, right? So
yeah.
You still have it for the next couple of days.
Yeah, true.
And are you hanging out with some of the other teams as well? Or?
Yes, I have. Because I had a chance to live in Ireland before, so I chat with the Irish guys, and I talked to them about how's Ireland like, and I met a lot of people here in IOI as well, and not just all the students from abroad, but all the students, the student guides themselves, because we all come from different places. Some from the north, some from the south, and some of them even came from abroad, recently. So yeah. So their English is very, very good.
Oh, well, that's always nice.
Yeah, exactly.
So how big is Taiwan?
Oh, not too big. Not too big, to be honest, but the population is massive.
Well, what is your population?
Oh, I don't know. But I know it's very big. I'm not a geography type of guy, but I know it's very big.
What kind of guy are you?
Usually I'm the kind of guy who studies a lot, probably, but I go out often, just hang around with the crowd. That's what I am. But I'm not exactly... I'm sometimes extroverted and sometimes introverted, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
So it's nice to hear a little bit about Isra Kuda.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to come back in, say, 2 hours so
Yeah.
we can talk a little bit more when we know a bit more about the final leaderboard?
I would like to. Yes,
we
I
have
will.
about 2 hours and 28 minutes are left in the contest.
Yes.
So if you show up in about 2 hours, we'll just talk a little bit more, and hopefully there will be more Australians in the top.
Well, they are actually. I noticed that 3 of them were actually in the gold range, I think. One of them is in the silver or bronze
I
range.
see Oliver.
Yeah,
is,
Oliver.
Is in
Oh,
31st place now.
okay, yeah, okay, yeah.
So he has to get some more points in order if he wants to make it in there.
Well, I have faith in them. Like,
Michael Chen, 40th place.
oh, right, yeah. Well, one thing I have to say about Ray is that he wasn't exactly proud of his performance during the first day. So it took like the deputy leaders and the leaders and me to exactly quell down his anger. But
seriously?
Yeah. Like, it happens. Like, a lot of student guys, a lot of my friends who are student guys themselves, they were talking about how depressing. Like, some of the students were depressing, and some of them were livid of their performance. So it's kind of the fluctuating of how their emotions are at right now.
It is a competition, so it's good to see that people take it seriously as a competition.
Yeah, exactly. But I think it's like you shouldn't be too sorry about your performance. I mean, it's just the first day, and things can change. I have seen Israq is right now at the first place. I am very happy about that.
Yeah.
So and this shows how this competition it does. Like, you can't say for certain who's going to get the gold medal.
Well, we pretty much know for certain that he's going to get a gold medal.
Well, it depends. Yeah, true, but
he won't be the.
He won't be,
we don't know about whether he'll be in the top position because there are 2.5 hours left.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming onto the show.
Thank you.
My producer tells me that we're just going to another movie from one of the sponsors, and they're going to be happy because I hear the sponsors are calling in when we put the scoreboard over them. And so what we'll do is we will not show you the scoreboard during this movie from the IOI sponsor, so they will be happy as well. I hope you guys will stick around, watch everything that's going on. We'll be back in about 5-6 minutes with more updates and more interviews. So we'll talk to you soon. So we're back after this quick commercial from the power company that is actually providing the power at the IOI. Because you can imagine 400 computers taking up so much power that the conference center doesn't really provide that. So we had to put in special power, and those people wanted to be named as well. So thank you for that. What we're going to do is we will bring in the team guide for China now, who's in shared first place. Yeah, do sit down here. And you've been on before, haven't you? Yeah. I remember that. And before we do that, let's put the scoreboard over us for just a second. We'll be talking a little bit about the Chinese team now. After that, we should have another time-lapse video showing the contest hall, so that's going to be very exciting. So this is the scoreboard. As you can see, just hold the microphone touching your chin. Then the audio is best for the viewers.
Okay.
So in a shared first place, Ishrak Huda, Scott Wu, and Xinjiang Xu. And I just saw Oliver Fisher from Australia move into 8th position with a full score on Holiday. Holiday, which was supposedly the hardest task of today, has now been solved perfectly by 5 people. Friends, which was supposed to be a lot easier than Holiday, has also been solved by 5 people. And Gondola has zillions of full scores. That's actually quite a lot. So, way too many to look into. So the global overall leaderboard is there are 3 people in shared first place. Ishrak Huda, Scott Wu, and Xinjiang Xu. Now tell us a little bit about Xinjiang Xu. What's his English name? Does he have an English name?
I don't know.
You don't know his
I don't
English
know.
name? Okay.
I just call him Chinese name.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So what can you tell us about him?
He's a shy man. He's shy. And he's handsome.
Shy and handsome.
Shy and handsome. And he looks smart. And I think 4 of them look smart. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think there's nothing special. Yeah.
There's nothing special.
Well, he looks like a normal man.
Okay.
Yes, I think.
So what has the Chinese team, what was their response after day 1? Were they happy with their results?
Yes. You
But
mean the day before?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
they're all satisfied and happy.
So there were 4 students.
Yeah.
And 3 were in the top 6.
Yes.
And was the 4th one a little disappointed?
Yes, he's a bit disappointed.
He was a bit disappointed.
Yes.
And so, but his score, I would say that 90% of the people here at the IOI would be happy with his score.
Yeah.
So he can't be too
but
sad.
in Chinese team, in comparison, he was.
And I'm getting another message there. 1, 6, and 7th place are China. China is currently in positions 1, 4, 6, and 7. So the entire team is in the top 10. The entire Chinese team is in the top 10, and they still have room for improvement because nobody has gotten a perfect score yet. That's exciting.
Yes.
What did they do yesterday on their day off? Did the Chinese team practice, or did they go out on the excursion with you?
Maybe they practice in their room, but I didn't see.
Okay.
So,
So they've gone on out on the excursion.
Yeah. They just I took them to somewhere to play. I took them to Taiwan University.
Okay.
Yeah, I took them to go around and take pictures. Yeah. Yes.
So they did not go to the real excursion.
To the sorry.
So you took them to the university.
Yeah.
But not to the cultural center.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Oh sorry. I took them to university was the day before yesterday.
Right.
Yes,
okay.
Yeah.
And so they're happy.
Yeah.
You're happy. Do you feel proud that your team is doing so well?
Yes, I feel proud. Yes.
Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
So once again, we have 4 Chinese students in the top 10. I could say in the top 7. That's, they have wonderful, wonderful scores so far. In the top 3, we have Ishrak Huda from Australia, Scott Wu, and Xinjiang Xu from China. They're in shared first position.
Yes.
They both, all 3 of them have 500 points, and 2 of them still have to work on Friend, which is supposedly an easy task, and 1 of them has to still work on Holiday, which is supposed to be the very, very hard, almost unsolvable task. So it's very exciting that these kids are doing so well. They're beating everybody. They are so much better than anybody had expected. So it's very exciting in the top of the leaderboard. Now, if we go a little farther down on the leaderboard, you can see actually a nice, decent spread of scores with not too many similar scores in the middle. It's always annoying if you have a group of 50, 60 people having the exact same scores. So just go to live.ioi2014.org and look at the scoreboard yourself. You can select the countries, you can select which teams you want to follow, and you will see wonderful results there. We're going to go to a quick time-lapse video during the contest, I think. And so we'll show that to you. We'll keep the scoreboard up, so you'll just stay posted on everything that's going on. Once again, thank you for coming on to our show. Will you come back in about an hour and 50 minutes? Because then we'll have the Australian team guide, the Chinese team guide. So we'll just have the guides of the teams that are in first place on the show. We'll just talk a little bit more about which team really is the best one. Okay?
Okay, yes.
Let's go to the time-lapse video. And welcome back to IOI 2014, broadcasting to you live from the International Conference Center in Taipei. We are actually about 100 meters away from the 101 towers here in Taipei, which is a wonderful looking tower. It's shaped like this, if you've looked at it before. We were just informed that there are some technical issues, not on our side now, but with the uplink from the contest system. So the live scoreboard seems to be down. What we intend to do is actually run back and forth to the room with the technical people to get you still updates. So if you keep watching to the live broadcast, you will be getting the live updates as long as they're appearing to us. JP is laughing at me now, but that's fine. JP is our Canadian team leader that's helping out with the audio. So he's constantly listening, seeing if everything is good, making comments to the guests to hold the microphone touching their chin, because that appears to work. So what I will do now, we had intended to have some technical people on the show right now, but they are not able to show up currently because of the technical issues. We have the scoreboard is still not updating, so that's kind of sad. Maybe it's not updating because there are so many perfect scores, but in case you are interested in the scores, the latest update that we got was that there are 3 people in shared first place, and they all 3 have a total score of 500 points. That is, they all had a perfect score on day 1, and all 3 of them scored 2 perfect scores today, and they're still waiting for 1 task to solve. The ISC convinced us last night that the hardest problem of today is holiday, and nobody would be able to solve that. And the fun thing is, some people have solved it perfectly. I see the Chinese team leaders walking into our room now. Oh, this is wonderful. We will be talking to the Chinese team leaders. Come on the show, come on the show. Don't worry about it. It is always good to have the leaders that are helping the winners on the show. Do sit down and come in live into the show. Your team is in great position right now. Have you seen the score so far? Oh, if you keep the microphone touching your chin,
okay,
and then everything will be fine.
Yeah.
If it's not fine, JP, he's the one with the the headphones up there. He will walk up here and he will be doing this to you, and then you know, oh, I have to touch my chin.
Like this?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. That's the way to go. What is your name, sir?
Wang Hong.
Wang Hong.
Yeah.
And do you have an English name as well?
Yeah.
Oh,
English name is Hong Wang.
Oh, seriously? So Wang Hong and the English name is Hong Wang.
Wang Hong is a Chinese name.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah, surname.
Right.
In first.
And you are the team leader of the Chinese team.
Yeah.
And are you involved with training your students?
Yeah, yeah.
And would you be willing to share with the viewers at home your secret?
No.
You have four
Yeah.
students in the top 10.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah.
How do you select your team?
Select?
Yes.
Yeah. We have several rounds. Yeah, several rounds to select the contestant.
Mhm.
One is from the NOIP, means National Olympiad in Informatics in province. That's the popular contest.
Okay.
Yeah, there were nearly, I think it's 80,000 contests. Yeah.
We just got news in that there's now a single Chinese person in first place. Jing Yuan Hu has 527 points, so he is by himself leading everybody else currently. And that is exciting, isn't it? In second place, there's another Chinese kid, Hong Wang Dong. You may be able to pronounce it for me.
Dong Honghua.
Dong Honghua. Dong
Yeah.
Honghua
Yeah.
is in second place, shared with Ishraq Huda from Australia.
Yeah.
But so a unique first place, Xinjiang Hu. And you probably say Hu Xinjiang?
Shenyang.
Shenyang.
Only Shenyang.
Oh yeah, Shenyang.
Yeah.
527 points. So you can see we're getting updates of the scores right now as we speak. And we're doing it all on a little whiteboard here.
Yeah. This year,
Yeah.
there were special things. Yeah. These four contestants all come from one province.
Wow.
One province. You know, in China there was
30 provinces.
30 provinces.
Mhm.
Yeah. But the four contestants all come from one province.
Okay.
Zhejiang province. Yeah. Two come from one high school. The
Okay.
two. Yeah. Another also other also come from Zhejiang. Yeah. Continue. Last topic? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
No, but so we can continue. So yeah, all your students come from the same province.
Yeah.
How many training do you give them? Do you give them an hour of training, a week, a month, a year?
Yeah. You mean 1 year ago?
Yeah. How? Yeah.
Starting
Yes.
here? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, last year in October, that's the popular contest, NOIP.
Okay.
NOIP. P means in province.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's nearly 80,000 contest.
Okay.
Contestant. Yeah. Join that contest. Yeah. And then after that, we select only 10 million. 10 million?
10
Yeah,
million?
10 million, yeah. Into the Fusai.
Senior contest.
Tenure, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Into the tenure contest.
Okay.
After that, we, from, 那个选拔赛以后应该是
selection our selection
不是
test?
首先是 NYP， 那还得再往前一年呢，对吧？ Yeah. After NYP, the next year we hold the NOI. NOI means the highest contest.
Okay, the highest contest.
Okay. In China. For example, IOI contestant is that select from NOI 2013.
Okay, so it takes a long time for the student to come to the IOI here.
Nearly 2 years.
Nearly 2 years.
Nearly 2 years. Yeah. From last year.
And you give them training?
Yeah. After
Okay.
After NOI 2013. After 3 or 4 years, 4 months, we gave a training camp.
Okay.
Training camp in Tsinghua University.
Okay.
Only 4 days.
Okay.
Only 4 days. Every day it's just like IOI contest. It's 5 hours, three
tasks. Okay.
3 tasks, but continue 4 days.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. After that, we add their score.
Okay.
And then this year, in the beginning of this year, we gave the winter camp.
Okay.
Winter camp because after NOI we select 50.
Just a little update. Sorry to interrupt you.
Okay.
Xinjiang Hu is still in first place, but he just scored 50 points on French, so he's at 550 points total. He is in by himself in first place with 550 points, and in shared second place still your other Chinese competitor, Hong Wang Dong, and from Australia, Ishrak Huda. And in a little bit, we will also talk to the Australian team leader to hear about their secrets.
Yeah.
So are you? This is great news for you.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you happy with this?
Yeah.
Or are you a little disappointed that it took him so long to score this?
No. Yeah. I think that's normal.
This is normal. You have to give them time.
Yeah,
okay. Perfect.
Yeah. I mean, after NOI last year, we first we select 50.
50. 50?
50.
Okay.
Contestant.
Okay.
Yeah, as a candidate.
Okay.
Of Chinese team. And then after 4 days training camp, we add the score.
Right.
Yeah. And this year, in the beginning of this year, we gave another winter camp.
Right.
Winter camp, we gave one contest.
Okay.
Also, paper defense. Paper defense? Yeah.
Written test.
Not it's oral representation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we select only stay the 15 contest. After that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it just limits it down every round to fewer people that are still eligible.
Yeah. That means that's 300.
Okay.
And after that, 50.
Okay.
This first that, and then it's 15.
Right.
And that is October. No. It's January this year.
Okay.
After that, this May of this year.
Okay.
We give CTSC. CTSC means Chinese Team Selection Contest.
Okay. And that's the final contest.
Yeah. That's from 15 contestants select 6.
Okay.
6. Yeah. And then six contestants give the oral presentation.
Okay.
Presentation and then select 4.
You select 4. So the final selection is based on their oral presentation.
From 6
to 4 is oral.
Just oral.
And how do you decide? Do you ask them questions or do they?
Their English expression.
Okay.
Yeah, and their human characteristics.
Okay.
Yeah, features.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, that's very exciting. That's a new one.
That don't say their score, their mark.
Right.
Yeah. I think that's very important.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. And this is this year, May. after me, we don't have any training. Just training themselves.
They do it themselves?
Yeah.
Okay.
They do themselves. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good. And it's exciting to hear how you do it, and I'm very impressed by how you limit it from a large number, lower, and then in the final thing, they just look at their personality, their English skills, what they look like. I think that I have not heard that one before. I think that's great that you have such a high level of students that you can actually do that. That you have, and so the students that don't go here, will they still be allowed to go to a university in China, or?
I think last several years, this contestant only a few contestants direct go to U.S.
Okay.
America.
Okay.
Yeah, most of them into China.
In China. But to university in China.
Tsinghua University, most.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also Beijing University.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for coming on the show for a little bit, and congratulations on the results of your team.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a great result for China so far. There are still 2 hours left in the contest. Anything can happen, but they will not lose points. So I'm sure you will get 4 gold medals.
Okay.
And I'm getting a few more comments written onto the whiteboard right now that, the USA has Andrew Hay moving into 5th position now as well. So that's what's been put in the scoreboard now. What we're going to do is we will show you another little movie. And for the people that have just joined us, we are broadcasting to you live from IOI 2014 here in Taipei, the headquarters of Taiwan, the heart of Asia, where I've just spoken with the Chinese team leader, who is very excited that his student is currently in 1st place in the leaderboard. There are 2 more hours left, but let's hope for you that he stays in 1st place. And it's just very, very exciting here. We will bring more team leaders on. We'll be talking to the Australian team leader shortly, and we'll have some more movies to show to you. So let's go to a little movie now, and then we'll be back to you shortly.
Welcome to IOI 2014. Coming to you from Taiwan, the heart of Asia.
Here with us today is Acer CEO and Corporate President Jason Chen.
Hi, my name is Jason. I'm the CEO of Acer. It's my honor today to talk to you, and it's our honor today to sponsor this event. Welcome to Taiwan.
This is the 2nd time Acer is sponsoring the IOI event. The first time was in 2012 in Italy. And for IOI 2014 Taiwan, Acer has generously provided a total of more than 800 devices, including computers, laptop, tablet, all-in-one, and servers. Do you want to start by saying a few words to our contestant and guest?
Well, it actually shows our commitment for this kind of event. Education is a major focus from Acer. We would like to provide kind of technology, neat design, and affordable price to lots of people, not just a few. And education is a particular area that we want to focus to make sure that our next generation of people are getting right kind of technology, right kind of training to prepare for their future.
Other than IOI, is Acer involved in any other kind of education outreach?
Of course, in multiple fronts, from sponsorship, this kind of event, to charity activities and offering product, including hardware, software, service, to people in the school, in the research institution, and also for people to get ready for their future.
By involving in education, what kind of impact does ISER wish to make?
Well, we build up our culture to make sure that we will be able to take technology to the industry, to our users, creating value at a price that people are able to afford, and also creating fun in learning, in education, and also providing the opportunity to converge productivity and entertainment altogether.
Acer, a global leading computer brand which is known for providing quality product without breaking the bank. In a recent interview, you said, "We have plenty of business beyond just PCs." Can you talk more about that?
Yeah, I'd love to. Yes, in the past 30 plus years, our focus is pretty much in the PC area. However, seeing the new dynamic changing, we have redefined and expand our business scope beyond just PC, covering also tablet, smartphone, even wearable devices. And we are very excited for this new business opportunity.
And how can students benefit from those products and services?
Well, it's very important that we understand what people need. I am a big believer of following the youth. The new generation people, we call them Generation Y, are the people that they combine life, productivity, entertainment, enjoyment all together, combining computing and communication together, combining what they enjoy to what they have to do. So what we are trying to do is to make sure that people enjoy in their learning, in their work.
Final questions before we end the interview. Based on your extensive experience and knowledge in the IT industry, looking to the future, what skills do you think are crucial for tomorrow's engineers?
Well, computers are no longer just computing device, and phones are no longer just for communication use. And by the way, they all work together. Having computer and communication devices working together provides a perfect foundation for people to have fun in learning. Whether they are in literature, liberal arts, science, mathematics, they will be able to learn within their domain and going beyond through internet and other cloud technology. And that is the future that we are seeing, and we feel very excited about that. Good luck to your competition and enjoy your stay in Taiwan.
Thank you again for sponsoring IOI 2014 in Taiwan.
Very happy to do so. Thank you.
And welcome back to IOI 2014, the live broadcast brought to you from the International Conference Center here in Taipei, the heart of Asia. We've just spoken for a while with the Chinese team leader, and if you're watching, I kept telling you go to live.ioi2014.org to see the scoreboard, but apparently there are still issues and the scoreboard keeps dropping out. So if you just tune in, let me give you a quick recap of what's happened. Day one, there was a perfect score on all tasks by Scott Wu after 2 hours. Only 2 hours into the contest, he was done. His contest was over. In total, there were 6 people with a perfect score on day one. So that worked out great. Today, we've started off the day, and people are, in the leaderboard, people are competing to win. In first place, and this is a single person in first place, is Xianjian Xu from China with 569 points. He has a full score on Gondola and on Holiday, and he has only 69 points so far on Friend. But all tasks are doable, all tasks are feasible, because we've seen 100 points on every individual task today. So if he gets another couple of points, he will be at 600 points. Someone's got 600? Scott Wu just got 600. We have another kid for whom the contest is over. It's the same as yesterday. So we just got news that Scott Wu, the person I just told you about, the contestant that scored 300 points on day one after 2 hours, has scored 600 points today, 3 hours into the contest. So he's a little slower than day one, but he still has 2 hours left, and he's done. He is in first place. So now it's up to the other people to catch up with him. Let's see how that will go. What we'll do is I have with me Dr. Richard Forster. He is the president of the IOI, and we'll talk a little bit with him about the direction of the IOI, what his feelings are, the comparison to the previous years, and just what he's seeing. So welcome, Richard.
Thank you very much, Kim. I like what you've done with the studio. The curtain is particularly nice. What colour do you call that?
Bluish. So tell us a little bit. You're the president of the IOI.
Yes. Good.
And we've known each other for a long time. We've both been to 21 IOIs. So if you think we're a little too friendly, we just know each other. You're as the president, do you see a lot of what's happening at the actual IOI, or are you just organizing things?
No, it's very much a sort of well, it's a reasonably hands-on role, but I also like to get quite involved and see what is happening as well. So I've certainly seen the competition take place. I was sitting in the GA meetings when we were discussing all the questions, talking to the various technical committees, listening to the complaints and things coming in on the questions. Remarkably few this year.
Right.
We've had a very high-quality set of tasks with very few issues that we needed to solve before the competition. Yeah, generally making a nuisance of myself.
Okay. But you do the speeches? You welcome the people?
I get to do that, yes. People have to listen to me whether they like to or not.
Right. Tell us a little bit about the setup of the IOI. How does it work? Is there a single committee in charge? Is there a single person in charge? Is it organized centrally?
Well, there are two things really. There's an overall organisation that persists from year to year, and there is the host country. So all the really hard work is done by our hosts. So our Taiwanese hosts this year have, everything basically that most people are seeing, everything that the contestants are seeing, the delegation leaders are seeing, the competition, the things that our viewers are seeing. Most of that is really the work of our Taiwanese hosts.
Okay.
Behind that, we have various bits of organisation who are there to keep some sort of consistency, pass on information from year to year. That consists of some members who have been hosts previously.
Okay.
Some who are going to be hosts in the future, because we want to make sure that the future experience is as good as the current experience.
Okay.
On the scientific side, we also have some very talented members of our community who are there to assist with the problems. So our host country has worked very hard on these problems for a period of time, and then our IOI scientific committee has come in, gone through the questions again, an additional set of eyes to look at them, to check them through, to write some additional solutions, to study some of the test data, different complexities. And then we have numerous other people who are involved, such as you yourself doing this broadcast.
Right. Okay. So it's a fun community, isn't it?
It's a wonderful community. I mean, I think the reason both of us do it is because we enjoy it.
Right.
I mean, I was a competitor in this competition many, many years ago, back in 1992, and I think I was around for about 10 days actually for that contest. We arrived a couple of days early. The contest used to be about 8 days long, and it was 10 of the best days of my life. And the reason that I came back to do it after that, and the reason I've continued to do it, is because of the people. The community is such a wonderful community. Some of the friends I've met over the years have been very, very good friends.
Okay.
And it's fun to be involved in the contest. I mean, I also run the national competition in the United Kingdom as well.
Right. And we've been here we're trying to actually show our viewers what the community is like, because we bring in the guides, we bring in some team leaders. We obviously can't bring in the students because they're competing right now.
Well, maybe those students with 600.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we'll bring Scott Wu into the studio in a little bit to just talk with him if he's let out of the contest hall. And another thing is what we're currently doing is we're making movies in the contest hall of what's going on. So we can't show the footage live, but we will show with a little delay footage of what's happening in the contest hall, so the viewers at home can feel what this is all about.
That's very good. Anything unexpected arisen? I remember last year we had some wild animals running through the studio.
Yes, last year there was a fair. That was the highlight of the day.
Yes. Anything like that so far?
No, everything has run very, very perfect this year.
Yes.
There are no hiccups whatsoever, and everything starts on time. The only hiccup is that the live scoreboard occasionally drops out. But that's okay, because that it forces the viewers to come to us, because we have the live updates.
Well, I think on the first competition day, one of the students was sitting there, tapping his foot against the side of the desk, and he managed to hit a reset switch. So I think a few minor issues like that.
But they're always minor issues.
Exactly.
Right? That's the way things go. Well, thank you very much for coming in. And what I'm going to do is we'll swap you around for the Australian team leaders, because they are very excited, because they're very high up in the leaderboard as well. And then we'll talk a little bit with them about their strategy and what they did to get their team so high up.
Wonderful. Well, it's been very nice to pop in.
Thank you very much to show up, and good luck.
Very good. Are you going to swap over now, or are you going to
we'll
run
just
a
swap
movie?
over live. No, we don't have a movie. We'll just swap over live. No, just bring in Jara first, and then we'll just keep swapping them. So for the people at home, we are broadcasting to you live from IOI 2014 here in Taipei, the heart of Asia. We're at the International Conference Center, right actually at the foot of the 101 building. So go Google it if you're interested in what that looks like. It's a wonderful building. It looks very pretty. And tonight we are going to the top of that building, and we will have dinner in the food court there. So we're looking forward to that very, very much. There are only 3 hours and 10 minutes left approximately in this contest, and then it will all be over. Am I saying that correct? 2 hours. Less than 2 hours left. We are 3 hours and 9 minutes into the second day of the contest. So as you know, the IOI, International Olympiad in Informatics, is a contest about algorithmic programming. So the students have to be able to come up with a clever algorithm and then implement the algorithm. There are over 80 countries here. Every country is allowed to bring 4 students and 2 team leaders. There are a few countries that have fewer students. Most countries do have 4 students. And some countries, in addition to the team leaders, will bring some guests to help with the translations or just help out with the team. So those are all things that are going really well. The contest takes place over 2 days, and each day is 5 hours. So we've had day 1, and we're 3 hours and 10 minutes into day 2. This is Jara. He is the team leader from Australia, in charge. Oh, I like that. In charge of the team, and you're the reason your team is doing so well. No.
The team is the reason the team is doing so well.
You have to hold the microphone touching your chin.
Okay, like this.
Like that. That should work. So here backstage we have JP Pretty, the Canadian team leader, monitoring the audio. If he stands behind the camera and he goes like this or this, he means touch your chin.
Right, got it. Okay.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about your team. You have 4 team members. What are
we
their names?
do. We have Ishraq, who's currently in second place, third place.
He's in third place right now.
We have Oliver Fisher, who's also doing very, very well. The whole team's doing very, very well at the moment. We have Michael Chen and Ray Lee. So for 3 of our team members, this is their, it's not their first IOI. So we have one team member who it's his 4th IOI. We have one team member who's, 2 of them, this is their second IOI, and we have one who's it's his first IOI.
Okay.
And they do it, so it's quite an experienced team, very, very well-trained team. All of them have trained on hundreds and hundreds of problems over the past couple of years. And so that would be why they're doing so fantastically well today.
Do you have to do anything to motivate them to train?
So for Australia, we have a very good community of informatics students. So right now there's many in the Australian community who will be watching this and keeping track of the scoreboard. And they talk to each other online throughout the entire year, not just for the camps and contests. And there's this healthy competition between them. They'll race each other to solve problems. They'll discuss what they're working on. We have these Hall of Fames on our training site for them to see who's solving which problems, and so they'll compete in that. And so this fosters a fantastic, healthy training environment.
Okay, so did you have to actually pick your team this year, or were these the natural choices and you didn't really have to have a competition?
I mean, so fortunately we're in a situation at the moment where we have many really, really fantastic students to choose from. So these students have been training enormous amounts, and so it certainly looks like they had very, very good chances to make the team, but anything can happen in an exam, so it certainly wasn't clear. We had a selection exam, and it was one of the most difficult selection exams that we've ever set because of the very high caliber of students that we had this year.
Okay. And how many people are in your team helping with the training at home?
We have a fantastic group of dedicated volunteer tutors, so they help out. We have 2 10-day camps a year, so our students get a lot of hands-on, a lot of training with tutors there. So we have quite a few volunteer tutors who are dedicating time throughout the entire year to setting up problems and helping students when they have questions and composing lectures. It's a really good community in Australia, which is showing in our results.
Right. And 2 10-day camps, that sounds like a reasonable amount of training.
It is. So Australia is in this interesting position where we only have 24 million people, and computer science isn't in the high school curriculum. So we have about 200 students who compete in our national contest, which is relatively small. And so we have, rather than, because we have a relatively small pool, we have a lot more training. So we select the top 25 from that national contest, then we teach them for 10 days, essentially a university course or 2 worth of computer science, and then we run 2 more competitions in February and March. From that we select the top 15, and then we teach them for another 10 days, and at the end of those 10 days we give them selection exams. So for any student, by the time they're in an exam to be selected for the IOI team, they've already had 2-3 weeks of intense training, and they've learnt more algorithms than your first year university student will know. So it's a lot of training. And then of course between the IOI team selection and the IOI, we are throwing problems at the students pretty much every week.
Left and right, just keep going.
Yeah, while they have problems that they haven't, while they don't have problems to solve, we will keep on throwing them problems to solve.
But that's what it's all about, right? This is a competition. You need to do your training. You can't just listen to lectures and know the algorithms. You also have to be able to code them. Yeah,
the number one determining factor of success is how much you train. And of course, if you train a lot, you still might not do as well as you'd expect, because you can never predict exactly what factors will happen on competition day. So you have to hope that all the stars align and you're very well trained, so that when that opportunity comes, you have all the training behind you to smash it in and win a medal.
And you've brought your other team leader as well here.
Yes, Robert IOI is the Australian deputy leader.
Is there? Do you have a specific role that both of you guys have here while you're in Taipei?
While we're in Taipei, there's not so much of a specific role between us. We're both we both represent the nation in the General Assembly and discuss with each other how we should be voting and what problems to vote for or against.
And at home?
At home, we work together on finding problems from other contests to feed to our students and getting them set up in our own training site and our own exam contest.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's very, very, very much of a team of... There's a lot of work in training an IOI team, and so you need 2 people to be giving it all their best 24/7.
Right.
To be making sure that they get the right material.
And you will be moving to New York next year.
This year, yes.
This year. So will you still be involved with the Australian team?
I certainly plan to be involved at a distance, from afar, not in the flesh, like Obi-Wan Kenobi when he gets killed by Darth Vader. I want to be assisting from afar.
I love your reference. We just had an interview with the guy that brought in 2 lightsabers.
Oh, I really wanted to go have a lightsaber fight with those. I have to
they're
go
here.
hunt them
I
down,
asked
really.
how fragile they were. He's like, oh, they're really good to whack students when they don't do well. And he just hit the ground.
All right.
And it didn't break. It was a very
we
strong
gave
thing.
our students, do we give them lights? I think we gave, for prizes in our April camp, we have these fun games at the end, and I think we gave them lightsabers. We certainly gave them these little punchy hand things where you squeeze the button and then this plastic fist punches out, and so get them to fight with them.
So which IOIs did you participate at as a student?
I was in Mexico in 2006 and Egypt in 2008.
Okay.
I had a bit of a tumble in 2007.
Okay. No, I remember that. Yeah. And I remember meeting you there. And
it was fantastic. Yeah.
You drove by at my house in 2008, I think. And so it's always fun.
Kim has a lovely house. It's a fantastic house with a wonderful family. I'd recommend all of you watching to go and visit Kim.
Oh dear, you're welcome. Just give me a little advance notice and I will show people around the Netherlands. Don't worry about it. But It's like we were talking with Richard Forster before, the president, and we were discussing how much fun this actually is, what a community feeling there is.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
I've noticed that I have friends at home that I see less intense over the course of a whole year than I see my IOI friends. If I look at how intense the time is that we spend together here, that's many hours. It's all cramped in 1 week. But you build friendships here.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. You spend a lot of time with people at IOI, especially if you see them year after year after year. It's a fantastic community here.
Right.
And great people. And it was one of the most fantastic experiences of my life to compete and build friendships across continents.
Well, that's great. So let's just take a last look at the scoreboard. So
is this live? Is this?
This is kind of live.
Kind of live.
Scott Wu, 600 points. Well, still hasn't scored much in the last 10 minutes. So 3 hours into the contest today, he basically scored a perfect score on day 2. So he is in the lead with 600 points, perfect score, everything solved overall. If the scoring stays this way, he will be the clear winner. But there are some people chasing him. There's Xinjiang Su from China, who has 569 points total, and he is working on the task Friend. He has 69 points on Friend. And then in third place, your guy,
Ishraq Huda.
Ishraq Huda. And I'm just doing this off the top of my head because I don't have team countries near the names anymore, as you can tell. So he has 227 points. He has only 27 points on Friend. Do you think he will score some more there?
Well, we have almost 2 hours, so there's a lot can happen in that amount of time. When you have students of this caliber working on just one problem, focusing all their efforts on this one problem, then it's certainly quite possible that we'll see a change.
Yeah, you would say that those people in the top 10, if you give them 2 hours for one task, almost all of them will just solve it.
Well, yeah, I mean, Friends is a reasonably difficult task, and there's ways of approaching it which won't lead you in the right direction, but can be deceptively like red herrings, I guess.
Right.
So it is not an easy task, but it's one that, all of those students up there at the top are certainly capable of solving.
And after, in fourth place, after your student is Hongwon Dong from China as well. And then we have Nicolas Swadnitze. Now I have to guess the country because I don't know which country he's from. Georgia?
Georgia. Wow.
He's from Georgia. So we have a student from Georgia in 5th position with 502 points. And those are great scores. I mean, remember that these tasks are way above university level when it comes to algorithmic programming. There is, you just said the training camp, they learn more algorithms than the student learns in 1 year.
Absolutely.
I think it's more algorithms than most students learn in 4 years of university.
Yeah.
And I think that, it just doesn't, I mean, it's hard to comprehend how much these students have in them and how many algorithms they have and how good they are at what they're doing. In 6th place, Ding Li Yu, he's also from China. 7th place, Po En Chen, he's from Taipei. He is a local. And he has scored 200 points in total on Gondola and Friend. He is at 47 points on Holiday. This is what the ISC said would be the hardest task, Holiday.
It is, yeah, and to me it was the hardest task. Last night I don't know how to get 100 on Holiday.
And it's interesting to see that, in the top, out of the top 8, half of them have already scored Holiday, scored a perfect score on Holiday.
No, it was really surprising to see so many 100s on that within the first 2-3 hours of the competition. But I think because not knowing the 100% solution, it seems like a very, it's dynamic programming and data structures. And so for students who've seen a lot of dynamic programming problems and how to apply data structures to them, perhaps it's something that if they have enough experience, they will get out given the time.
It is the practice makes perfect rule.
Right, exactly.
It is training. Okay, well, thank you for coming on to the show. We're going to go to a quick little movie now. And for those of you watching from home, we are broadcasting to you live from IOI 2014 here in Taipei, the heart of Asia. I don't know why I'm supposed to say that, but they love hearing that. And we have guests coming in all the time. We have team leaders. We have guides coming in. The ISC will show up shortly to discuss the tasks with us again. If you want to read the task description, they have been posted online on www.ioi2014 2014.org, so you can read the task description and just read it now. Go to that website, download the task description, read all 3 of them, think about them, and then in about half an hour, the IC will be here. We'll explain to you the task description in easier English, hopefully, but reading it should be fine. And then we'll actually discuss the solutions. So once again, in first place, Scott Wu with the perfect score. His competition is completely over. It's done for him. He scored everything. Remember, day 1 in 2 hours he had a perfect score. Day 2 it took him 3 hours. So today was slightly harder, which is what we intend. But he has the perfect score. He can't score any more points. So let's go to the movie.
Welcome to IOI 2014. Coming to you from Taiwan, the heart of Asia.
Here with us today is Chunghwa Telecom's president, Mr. Simu Biao.
Welcome to Taiwan.
For our international guest, who is Chunghwa Telecom and what service do you provide?
Chunghwa Telecom is the leading and the largest telecom operator in Taiwan. We provide the fixed line, domestic fixed line, mobile, international, and other ICT services. Our goal is to transform our company to become a full-service digital convergence company.
What are the services Chunghwa Telecom provides for IOI 2014?
In order to create the best competition environment, Chunghwa Telecom provides a fiber and mobile network to enable the coaches and the students to communicate with the best quality network.
What role does Chunghwa Telecom play in bridging the digital divide in Taiwan?
Chunghwa Telecom is committed to bridge the digital divide and create the digital opportunities. Over the years, Chunghwa Telecom has applied a variety of solutions to bridge different aspects of the digital divide, including the universal services to support the access of ICT in the remote areas.
Can you tell us how Chunghwa Telecom plans to develop the digital convergence service in the future?
In short, Chunghwa Telecom will be transformed into a full digital convergence service provider. Chunghwa Telecom is the leading operator in Taiwan. We will continue to build out our high-speed infrastructure to provide the mobile and fixed line seamless services. We plan to offer 300 megabits per second fiber to the home services and the 4G LTE mobile services, which will facilitate the innovative digital convergence value-added services to individual, household, and enterprise market.
Thank you again for sponsoring IOI 2014 in Taiwan.
You are welcome. It's our pleasure. Enjoy your stay in Taiwan and our services.
Chunghwa Telecom.
And we're back. Are we thumbs up? Yeah. We're back live, broadcasting to you from IOI 2014 here in Taipei, the heart of Asia. As you may have seen or may not have seen, the live scoreboard is currently not updating. There are some issues with the grading system. The submission servers are overloaded, and we don't have much news. We keep trying to get more information about what's going on, but obviously we have to let the people do their work fixing everything as well. So we're hoping that we still have the ISC member coming up on the show in a couple of minutes. Until then, I have another Australian team leader who is very, very proud to be here.
I am very, very excited to be here, Kim.
Yeah.
all morning we've been so incredibly emotional watching this scoreboard. It's unprecedented for Australia.
It broke down.
And then it broke down, and now we are in the process of also breaking down with the pressure on Australia. It's.
You don't know if you're in first place or in 50th place.
We could be both.
Isn't it exciting?
Oh, it's kind of exciting, but so there are other competitions where the scoreboard shuts down by design. So the ACM does that.
For the last hour.
For the last hour, yes. So maybe we're just simulating the ACM.
No, I don't think we are. I think
is that something we don't want to do or not want to do?
No, I think people want to keep the scoreboard open. In the old days, you participated.
Yep.
In the old days, there was no live scoreboard. In the old days, only at the end of 2 days would you know the results. The results were never made public until the very end.
It was so that started in Canada,
where we had a live scoreboard for the first time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And before that, there was never a live scoreboard. This is a new situation. Well, I say new. It's been going on for 4 or 5 years, and every year something happens. And every year we think things are going perfect, and this year the live scoreboard broke down.
Well, I think every year the problems get pushed later and later into the competition. So last year they happened earlier. There were some problems even earlier the year before that, I believe. And now next year it'll get pushed to the last half hour, and then the last 15 minutes. There'll always be problems. But eventually they won't matter.
There are more and more people watching everything.
Yeah.
JP, did you say that we have new scores?
There are some things updated. There's no chain movement at the top, but there are some.
Okay, so
excellent.
We see that the scoreboard is updating some things, but there are no changes at the top, which makes it easy for me to explain that Scott Wu is probably still in first place then.
Scott Wu probably hasn't gone down any places.
That would be sad, wouldn't it be?
That would be interesting.
So
it could happen though. There could be an appeal that brings down scores.
That is true. So time is not a factor in determining your score here. Do you think it should be? If we have several people with 600 points?
It's very hard to say, and it's a question of what the meaning we want the competition to have. So we brought in subtasking and live scoreboard to make this competition a more strictly algorithmic contest rather than a programming speed contest.
Mm-hmm.
So similar, in the same way, if we made time a factor, then we are taking emphasis away from purely being good at algorithms. So I don't think I would support that, because I think this should be an algorithm problem-solving contest rather than a coding contest.
So you're saying we should just have harder problems so we can distinguish in the top?
Yeah, that is a much, much better way to distinguish.
Well, I mean, that's
yeah. It doesn't happen every year, so there have been... Was there two... There have been multiple perfect scores before.
That has happened before.
Yeah.
There's always been IOIs with multiple same scores at the top and multiple same scores at the bottom.
Yeah.
And that's part of the problem at this IOI is we have such a broad range of levels of contestants that if we were to make a contest to distinguish only between the top 10, you'd probably have a top 10 with scores, and then everybody else would have a 0.
Yeah.
Because these people are so far ahead of the rest.
And that's the problem with only having 6 tasks with only so many subtasks.
Right.
So in previous years there have been these sliding scale subtasks. So there was language in Canada, I believe, maze in Canada. There have been a few that have a continuous scale to score on, which does provide some resolution.
We've had tasks in the past where there was no perfect solution possible, and
Yeah.
you were just trying to get for the best you could get.
And then in some years there was no perfect solution. So the 100 was set where the judge's benchmark was, and you could score more than 100.
That was South Africa.
That was South
that
Africa?
Was in South Africa.
Yep.
So in South Africa, the best solution found by the students was way better than the best solution.
What did they wind up scoring? Did they cap it at 100?
No, yeah, they kept it at 100, which is sad.
Which is sad.
But so that all these things are happening, and it's just exciting to be here and to see all the different ways of hosting contests, because there are many things you can change.
Yep.
And we're just doing it this way, and there's small change every year. The interesting thing that I thought was an interesting change was on day one, where we've had interactive tasks before, where you have a two-player game, and usually you have to write the player where you ask the questions, and then the judge will give answers to make it as hard as possible for you to ask questions. And here it's just it's a similar concept, but you had to write the program giving the answers, whereas the judging software was asking the questions.
Yeah, and then once you flip this on its head, it becomes an entirely new style of problem and an entirely new style of thinking,
right.
Which is really, really what the IOI, what I think the IOI should be looking to explore.
Right, so we're trying not to find the person that has studied the most algorithms.
Exactly.
Or the person that has memorized the most algorithms, or the most data structures. We're trying to find people that are creative thinkers and can come up with clever new algorithms. On day one, actually, for one of the tasks, the beta testers, so those are old students, so they write the tests here, and then have the beta testers, which are old former contestants. And they came up with new algorithms that the ISC hadn't even thought of that were better and faster than the best ISC algorithms.
Yeah, was it Holiday that had this wonderful 3-line solution? Yes.
Yeah. So that's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that is what we're here for. That is what we want to see. So that's all just very good. What we're going to do now is, since we're getting some updates on the scoreboard, but nothing in the top. What we're going to do is Scott Wu is still in first place with 600 points, and we don't know if he's in shared first place or not, but the scoreboard is fully working. Yep. So it seems to be fully working. I am getting the scoreboard back on my lap. Oops, okay, this is all live television, people at home, we're sorry. So exciting for you. Isra is still in third place.
Yep.
527 points, but Oliver Fisher, your second Australian, has moved into 6th place. So that is Jara, who was just on the show, is screaming in the background of excitement. He is jumping. Keep your shirt on, Jara. This is amazing. So we have in the top 10, there are 4 Chinese people in the top 10, but none of them have scored a perfect score today. And the only person so far doing perfect on both days is Scott Wu from the United States of America. Second place, Yinjian Xu from China, 569 points. Third place, your guy Isra Huda, 527. Then another Chinese, Hong Hong Dong, with 516. Then Georgia, Nicolas Svadnitze with 502 points. Oliver Fisher scored 490 points so far today, and he still has room for improvement. And it doesn't take him many points to go farther up in the leaderboard.
Those last few points are very difficult, though. How many people have completely sold friends? Last time I saw it was 8.
The number of people that have scored friends is...
It's 8 still.
Still 8 people.
So they are hard marks to get.
So both Friend and Holiday have been scored perfect 8 times.
Yeah.
And that's a little surprising to me, given that the ISC and also the GA members thought that Holiday was the hardest task. And if you look at the perfect scores so far they're almost equally hard.
Yeah. So if we have a look at the score, if taking into account the scoring of the subtasks, Friendship still has a higher average score. So it's got all the 69s,
right.
58s, 40-somethings, and then with Holiday it's 47, 47, all the way down.
And then a bit of 30, 24. 30. Yeah. But that's all how you put in the subtasks, right?
Yeah.
So that can make them harder easy. But this is exciting news. It's exciting to see this. And it's very exciting to see that there are 4 Chinese people in the top 10, 2 Australians. There's one American, Scott Wu, in first place in the top 10. The second American is Andrew He. He's in 11th position. So he's going to be a little disappointed now. But, you know,
it's a very good problem to have, to be disappointed with 11th place.
That is a
That is an incredible accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean, everybody still has room for improvement except for Scott.
What's he left to do now?
I
would like to know what happens, what he does.
I would
after
like
that.
to get him on the show, or are they keeping him in the room? They're keeping Scott in the room. He's probably playing Angry Birds on his computer. That would be so disappointing for the people sitting around him.
Back in my day, we didn't have Angry Birds. It wouldn't have.
It would have been Rogue.
Ooh, we had Minesweeper one year.
Well,
but
see,
I think Thailand got rid of the games. Maybe.
I have to well, probably. So, but I have to go on a little bit farther down. So Nikolai Kalinin from, is that Russia? The Russian Federation is in 10th place. We have Andrew He from the USA in 11th place. Jacob Jackson from Canada, JP, he is in 12th place. Akshad Bubna from India in 13th place. Is she the she? No. He is the he. So there were some in 23rd place is the first girl, Malvika Raj Joshi from India. So she has 430 points. Perfect scores in the first two tasks and 0 points so far in holiday.
So she's got some way to...
yeah, you know, if she scores the 47 points on holiday that so many people do, she goes way into the top 10. But then it's up to the people there. They will probably do some things as well. So there is plenty of movement still going to happen in the last hour and 50 minutes that we're waiting for. So,
do we know how many official contestants there are?
316 contestants there are officially. And 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 people so far have 0 points. And we know that all these people are here.
Okay.
So we won't name and shame them. I'm not even going to go into the countries. But, you know, there's the bottom of the leaderboard and there's the top of the leaderboard. And that's what you always have.
Yeah.
It's always sad to see several people with 0 points, just as it's sad if there are several people with a full score at the top, because we'd like to distinguish. We'd like to have a gliding scale, like you just said before, where every score is individual. What we're going to do now is we're going to go to a little movie. Then I will recap the day so far. I'll recap the IOI, and then we'll bring in the team leader from Belgium, who will explain us a little bit about the training camp in Belgium and how his team is doing and how he perceives this IOI so far. So thank you very much for watching. Stay with us while we go to a little movie of the contest hall. So you just, we're going to stop showing you the commercials now. We'll just show you some footage of what is happening in the contest hall. And we're sending our guy with the other camera back into the hall to make more movies. And hopefully he can show some footage of Scott Wu, who is sitting in the contest hall apparently doing nothing. So let's go to the movie.
就问一些关于你的体育的事情。
the video moved us in. You're like, we're back online, putting us on live before they even told me. Anyway, welcome back, viewers at home. This is Eliakim Schrijvers broadcasting to you live from the IOI 2014 here in Taipei, the heart of Asia. We are located at the International Convention Center, which is way downtown in Taipei, about 100 meters away from the 101 towers. And it is exciting here. We are in day 2 of a 2-day programming competition. So this is the second day. And on day 1, Scott Wu from the United States of America scored a perfect score only 2 hours into the contest. So there were 5 hours, and he needed 2 hours to score everything. Today, it took him a little longer. It took him 3 hours to score everything. So that is great news. He is done, and it is wonderful for him. We will be talking to you, we'll be talking to the ISC. We have the USA student guide coming in a little bit. But first, we have the team leader from Belgium. So, welcome.
Thank you.
How do you like the IOI? Well, introduce yourself first.
My name is Joachim Gansman. I'm the deputy team leader for Belgium. And we've got 4 students with us,
You may want to hold this
Okay. And we've got 4 students with us, like most countries here do. They're doing reasonably. One of them is flirting with the bronze medal. The others are a little bit behind, but they're still 1 hour and a half in the competition
There's
left.
an hour and there's about an hour left. Slightly
About an
over.
hour left, so yeah, everything's still possible actually. Yeah, and we're liking it really good so far. We've had a great time in Taipei. We have a great guide as well, and the organization so far is running smoothly. So yeah, it's all positive.
So tell us, Belgium you guys have 3 languages that you speak in your country.
3 official, yeah, Dutch, French, and German. So yeah, 2 of our students that we have with us speak Dutch as native language, and 2 others speak French. So yeah, we make 2 translations for them. I do the Dutch translation, my colleague does the French translation together with the French team. And among each other, we actually speak English, because most of us are more fluent in English than in the other official languages of Belgium.
That's funny. So how does it work with your training camp?
Our training is also usually done in English. We have a few former medalists who train the students during a few weekends. It's not much really. We really lack the manpower to have a thorough training schedule, and we lack the time and the resources. But at least the help of our former medalists is very valuable. And so far, usually people are quite fluent in English, the Dutch-speaking as well as the French-speaking people. So that goes pretty well, I must say.
And so when you are here, are you making new friends as well? Do you meet all the team leaders? Do you like the atmosphere?
Oh yeah, of course we make friends with there are so many people around here who run their own national competitions in their own way. It's really interesting to hear what other countries are doing to get students motivated to start studying computer science, to select the top students that they can find, and how they train them. It's really enriching to hear stories from other countries, from other leaders. So you try to contact them and listen to how they do it. I had a great conversation with the Austrian delegation leaders yesterday at dinner.
Okay. Gerald Fuchak?
I'm honestly admit I do not remember the names.
Remember the names.
I know they're from Austria. I'm really bad with names and faces. It's one of those things I absolutely cannot do.
Okay.
So,
but so you like it here. What do you think of the tasks?
Challenging. Yeah, challenging for our contestants, certainly.
Right.
They're good tasks. I mean, it's always relatively easy. Well, relatively easy. It's all difficult. Relatively easy to solve the first subtasks.
Right.
So there's it's good that there's at least everyone can get started. So and that gives hope and that gives some courage to get on with it, to go on with it. Nobody gets disappointed. Well, a few maybe do, but at least certainly none of our team will end up with nil or in that region. So they're still.
Well, that's good.
It's good, yeah.
So you know they can do something.
They can do something. It's really challenging to get up to the higher levels. And that really also depends on the training they have. You also need these flashes of inspiration. There's an amount of luck involved.
Right.
And the stress, of course, is horrible for the students in there. It's
So
it's
if
really
you-
hard.
As a team leader, do you follow the live scoreboard?
I follow the live scoreboard, yeah, fanatically. It's
And so for our viewers at home, let me just tell you that Scott Wu has been sitting around doing nothing in the contest hall for the past hour, which is when he handed in his last submission, and he finished everything. He has 600 points. His day is over. Then in second place, we have Xinjiang Chu from China with 569 points. Third place, Ishrak Huda from Australia. And we still have the Australian team leaders behind the cameras just looking very happy that with his 550 points. And he still can score more points because he had a perfect score on day one. So he still has about an hour left to see if he can repeat that performance. In fourth place, Hong Wang Dong from China, 516 points. In sixth place, another Australian. There are two Australians in the top 10. Oliver Fisher, who has 499 points, almost 500 points. Seventh place, Ding Liu from China, 492. Eighth place, Po Wen Chen from Taipei, well, from Taiwan. I don't know if he's from Taipei, 489 points. And slightly behind him, Nikolai Kalininen from Georgia, 486 points. In 10th place, Yang Shen from China with 479 points. Basically, 4 Chinese students in the top 10.
yeah, they've got a billion people to
Yeah, but
select them out of, and we in Belgium have 11 million.
yeah, but they still.
They are really good, of course. Yeah, they are exceptionally bright students, all of them.
So that's just, I mean, and Georgia doesn't sound like a big country. Australia only has 22 million people.
Yeah,
And they have two people in
we've
the
got
top
some
10.
catching up to do. I'll certainly admit.
And the amazing thing about the Chinese students is that they're all from the same province in China. So they're not even from all over the country. They're from only a single province.
Yeah, we should ask what their recipe for success is.
They just, I don't know. I think it must be the air or the food.
I don't know.
Something. They're doing something right in the province. What I'm going to do is I'm going to look to my producer on the left and see if he has any footage from the floor yet. No, there's no footage from the floor. What we're going to do is we'll show you some previous footage that was taken earlier today. So you can see that. We'll keep the live scoreboard up over that footage so you see what's going on. After that, hopefully, the ISC will come back so we can discuss the questions again. The deal was that they would be here around now, so we're just going to send someone out. They're probably busy doing stuff and keeping everything up and running. But as soon as they have that, as soon as they're done with their things, we'll bring him back in. We will talk to you about the tasks. Remember, go to live.ioi2014.org to see the live scoreboard, where you will see that Australia has a perfect score as well. The Australians are running around the room here. There are 2 people with a perfect score so far today. Ishrak Huda just scored a perfect score live on this show. We have it right here. Perfect score for Australia. That's so exciting. Oh man, this is exciting. We have 2 people with a perfect score on what is surely the hardest IOI contest ever. Bring Jara back on stage. This is Jara, the Australian. Yeah, sorry.
I'm gonna move and give the microphone to the Australian team. Actually, yeah.
Jara, come and sit back here. I mean, I saw the green thing blink on my screen. I was telling people about the live scoreboard, and then it happened. How do you feel?
This is absolutely fantastic. This is my last year as Australian IOI team leader, and it couldn't possibly be a better better result to be leaving on.
This is the topic on the cake. This is everything.
It's an Australian first. Well, actually, coincidentally, this year in the International Maths Olympiad, Australia for the first time got a perfect score with first place, Alex Gunning, a fantastic maths student. So it's absolutely phenomenal that then 2 weeks later at the IOI, Australia gets a perfect score in first place in the IOI.
You sound emotional almost. You sound almost.
It's quite hard not to be. But
it is the overall first place. Share it with other people.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's still great. And if you share your joy, it's better joy.
Yep.
That's what we're always taught in school.
Yep. No, it's fantastic. There will be a lot of joy shared.
Oh boy, this is exciting. And we have the camera guy walking in with footage from the floor. And so we'll just talk a little bit more about your happiness and your joy with this. No, but so Oliver is still in 6th place. He can still move up a little bit.
It's incredible. It's a really fantastic result
2
for Australia.
Australian students in the top 10.
Yeah.
Your country must be going crazy right now.
Yeah, I'm sure all over the country. I'm sure in the outback,
in the outback,
Uluru, and
they're opening the beer bottles. The crocodiles are jumping.
Yep. They'll stop fighting crocs for a second to cheer for Isharak on 600.
And this the year after we had the IOI in Australia.
Yes. Yep. I think that probably has something to do with it. We pushed a really hard training program last year because the IOI was in Australia, and so we have these fantastically well-trained students this year.
And it makes sense. We just had China here, and they have basically a 3-year training program. It's not 3 years non-stop. But it takes several years for people to be allowed to compete for a spot on the team. And so you guys, we always try to do it in 1 year because we don't have many people. So you tried very, very hard last year, and it's paying off this year with the people that are just coming back.
Yeah, that's certainly the case.
They're coming back. They have learned last year, and boy, this must be good for you.
It's fantastic. It's incredible.
Are his parents watching?
Could not be happier. I don't know.
I hope so.
I would really hope so. This is a very, very proud moment for
all
them.
Of Australia. I mean, you will be greeted when you walk down the stairs.
We'll come into Sydney Airport and it'll just be cheers everywhere, I'm sure.
Fire trucks with water, spraying water on the airplane.
Yeah.
It is exciting. And the only person that's still missing is the American team leader. So if you're watching, Brian Dean, we know who you are. Just come to the room here and share your joy with us. We've had the Chinese team leaders. We've had we're still having Australia here, and we're waiting for the USA. I'm wearing the US shirt, but where are the Australian team shirts?
We wear them for opening and closing ceremony. We have blazers where we go a little bit next level in style.
You lift it up a little bit.
We have ties and blazers, and you'll see them tomorrow when our students are standing up on stage to.
That's the day after tomorrow, actually. Tomorrow is excursion day. So the day tomorrow we have a big excursion day, going to a water park, swimming, jumping, having a good time.
Given the temperature in Taipei, I am so looking forward to the water park.
Going into the water, you mean, or just standing in the sun baking?
Yeah, probably the water one.
The water one, right?
Yeah.
Because there are 2 parks apparently. There's a land park and a water park. They're combined.
Right, okay. No, I'm not going to the land park.
So this is just, I'm so amazed, and I'm glad they caught our joy live on TV. If people have any questions for Jara, do post them on the live stream. Just go there, post your questions. We will answer them for you. We have JP, the Canadian team leader, watching over us, and JP must be happy as well because his student Jacob Jackson is in 12th place right now.
Yeah, it's a fantastic result.
So that's a wonderful result for Canada. China still has 4 people in the top 10.
Yeah.
4 Chinese students. They're kind of dominating, but they used to dominate. Their days are over.
It's Australia's day now, indeed.
It is your day.
Yeah.
And we are hoping for you. So there's only 54 minutes left, and we'll see what will happen then. We are going to go to a movie. We've shot a movie in the contest hall just a couple of minutes ago. So you will see what has been going on there. And then we'll get back to you after that. welcome back at the IOI 2014, broadcasting to you live from Taipei, the heart of Asia. My name is Eliakim Schrijvers. I am your host today, and if you've been watching for a while, you have seen the excitement when just a couple of minutes ago, about 5-6 minutes ago, the perfect score from Australia came in. Currently, we have 2 perfect scores. Yeah, and that's not a perfect score for one task or for one day. 2 perfect scores for the whole competition. The first one that came in was by Scott Wu from the United States of America, and the second one was Israk Huda. What we're going to do is we're going to talk for 2 or 3 minutes with the guide from the USA, and then we have an ISC member standing by to come in and we'll discuss the task with you so you can know what the algorithms are all about. If you haven't done so yet, please go to www.ioi2014.org and download the tasks for day 2. Just read them, have them on your screen, and we'll be discussing them. So, hi.
Hello.
What is your name?
My name is Iris.
Iris?
Yeah.
And is that your Chinese name or your English name?
English name.
What is your Chinese name?
Jia Zitang.
Jia Zitang.
Yeah.
Okay, was that pretty close or not at all?
Close.
Close, okay, thank you. You are the guide for the US team.
Yeah.
How are they?
They are just amazing and their conversations are so hard to understand.
Why are they hard to understand?
They are talking about some things like biology, and once when I tried to hear, they talk about why attractive people are so attractive. I just can't understand what they are talking about.
They're talking about attractive people.
Yeah.
So they don't talk about computer problems?
Sometimes.
Sometimes they do?
Yeah.
Were they happy with the results from day 1?
Yeah, very.
Yeah. So Scott must have been incredibly happy.
Yes.
What did he say? What did he say about the task? Because he was done after 2 hours.
He just, I think it's supposed. I think he is supposed to score that.
He wants to.
Yeah, he wants to, and he got a golden medal last year also. Yeah.
And you have a cow with you?
Yeah.
Why is that? Let me just show that to the viewers. Is that this camera? The cow is the mascot of the USA team?
Yeah.
And you're having one with you for luck?
It's because Steven, one of the members, forgot to take it in.
Okay.
Yeah, so he
So
was
you're
not
just
supposed to take it in.
You're looking after it.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. We are going to go to a little footage where we should be able to see Scott Wu sitting in the room. So, and while we watch that, the ISC member is going to sit down here and we'll be talking about the questions after that. So let's start the movie. Yep, and we're back live broadcasting to you from the IOI 2014 here in Taiwan, the heart of Asia. Something has just happened on the scoreboard. Oliver Fisher from Australia again has moved into 4th place. So shared first place, Ishraq Huda and Scott Wu. Ishraq Huda, obviously from Australia, that you can hear it by the name. And the Australian team has been here jumping and cheering when he moved into shared first place. Scott Wu has been in shared first place for over an hour. He's just there. 3rd place, Yingjian Xu from China. 4th place, Oliver Fisher from Australia. Then shared 5th place, Honghua Dong and Dingli Yu from China. Nikola Svadnitsev from Georgia, 7th place. Nikolai Kalinin from the Russian Federation in 8th place. Po and Chen, a local from Taiwan, in 9th place. And in 10th place, another American, Stephen Hao. So if you look at the leaderboard, you will see there are 4 Chinese teams in the top 11. There are 4 American teams in the top 16. But there are 2 Australians in the top 4. And I think the Australians that are here are very, very happy about that. With me now is the ISC member. And we're going to be talking a little bit about the tasks. We'll talk about the actual questions first, and then we'll start talking about the algorithms. So that should take about 10-15 minutes of interesting chat about the tasks. I will keep the laptop on my lap, so if we see green stuff flashing and anything happens in the top 10, we will tell you about it. But other than that, we're just going to take the scoreboard off the screen, and we'll just be talking about the tasks now. So, welcome.
Hello. So let me present the tasks. I think we should start with the easiest one for today, which is gondola. I mean, this we knew, and this has been confirmed by the results.
Right.
So the gondola task is about a Mao Kong gondola, which is an attraction in Taipei. So it's a system which consists of a circular line and with a single station and gondolas running around.
So a gondola line, the gondolas are the things that hang on they look like the ski lifts that you can stand inside of. So they're hanging there, you have them in a circular line, so they go around in the same direction, and they stay in order, they don't pass each other, so they go around in the same direction, they stay in order, and at one point is a station where you're standing, and you can just see the gondolas as they come by.
Right.
Okay.
So initially we have n gondolas there, and they're numbered consecutively from 1 to n.
Okay.
But they might break down.
Okay.
So if a gondola breaks down, we replace it with a new one, and the replacement gondolas have numbers starting from n+1, n+2, and so on. So if we have five gondolas, and gondola 3 breaks down, we replace it with gondola 6, and then if gondola 4 breaks down, we replace it with 7. If 7 breaks down, we replace it with 8, and so on. Right. So we have some initial sequence. It might get changed, and at some point we arrive at a station and we start watching it.
Okay.
And
you see the gondolas come by in the order in which they're coming by, but you don't really know when you arrive at the station.
Right. So if, for example, nothing broke down and there are 5 gondolas, we might see gondolas 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in order. But if the first gondola we see is 3, then the sequence we'll see will be 3, 4, 5, 1, 2.
Okay. And then if one of the gondolas breaks down out of those 5, it gets replaced by number 6.
Yeah.
So we might see 4, 5, 6, 1, 2. Or
No.
4, 5, 6, that would be 1. So we'd see 4, 5,
6,
2, 3.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So in this task, there are 3 groups of subtasks. And the first group of subtasks, the goal is to say, well, there is a sequence of n numbers. Is it possible that this is a sequence that was observed on a station at some point?
So 4, 5, 6, 1, 2 would be a no.
4, 5, 6, 1, 2.
You could not see that.
Yeah, okay, well, that's a very tricky example you're giving right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. So a simple example would be 1, 3, 2, 4, 5.
Right, because
you would not see that because the gondolas don't reorder themselves. Okay.
That's one of the examples. And for example, you wouldn't see 1, 2, 2, 3 because you
duplicate gondolas.
Yeah,
okay.
There are many reasons for a gondola sequence to be invalid. So that's the first subtask, which is quite easy. And then there is a second subtask in which you're given a valid observation, so a sequence of n gondolas that it, well, it might be observed after some sequence of
It's
breakdowns.
guaranteed a valid thing that you could observe. Okay.
And your task is to say, how could this have happened? So which gondola breakdowns may have resulted in us seeing the sequence?
Okay.
So, for example, if we see gondolas from 1 to n in order, we'll say nothing broke down. And then if we if we see a sequence 1 to 6, 4, 5, we should say gondola 3 broke down.
Okay.
And of course, the sequence of breakdowns might be longer.
Right.
And there is a third subtask in which we should count what is the number of scenarios that result us in making these observations. So if we see some sequence with some huge numbers and lots of gondolas have broken down, there are many possible scenarios that lead to us observing one particular sequence, and our goal is to count how many are there.
So that's the task basically. So it's gondolas going around in circles. Some of them may or may not. Some of them may break down. They're replaced by other ones. I see Richard Peng just showed up from the USA, so we'll be talking to him shortly after you. They break down. They get replaced by another gondola, but also the replacement gondola may break down or another original one. So they just keep breaking down. They keep being replaced. But while you're standing at the station, they don't break down.
Yep.
So when you show up, everything goes right for one circle that you just see happen. The question is, for subtask 1, is something that you've observed valid? Could you have seen this? For question number 2, this is something you can have observed, and give us a sequence of gondolas that broke down that would have caused this to be seen by you. And question number 3 is, here's a sequence of gondolas. Could this have happened? And if it could have happened, in how many possible ways could the gondolas have broken down?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
So let's move on to the second one.
Second task, yes.
Second one is friends, which I believe is the second hardest today.
Okay.
In these tasks, we are working. So this is about a social network.
Mm-hmm.
We have a group of people, and some of them are friends with each other, and we assume it's mutual. So if I'm friends with someone, then he's also friends with me.
Right. It's not pretend friends. It's actual friends.
Right.
Okay.
And so first we're given the description of this network in a not a really direct way, but I'll talk about this later.
Okay.
And then what happens is that we'd like to make a survey. So we'd like to ask a group of people some question, and get some reliable answers. And for that, every person has an assigned number, a confidence.
So that's how well they would answer at the survey.
Well, it means like how useful their answers.
How useful they are to the survey. It's just a number.
And we'd like to pick a group of people with the maximum total confidence, but since we think, okay, 2 people who are friends will answer similarly, we would like this sample cannot have 2 people who are friends with each other.
Right. So we're trying to pick a group of people from this network where the people that we pick are not friends together, so there is no friendships in the group that we've picked.
Yes.
And we want the sum of their confidence numbers to be as high as possible.
Right, that's true.
That's what you're trying to maximize.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but
how do you build a network?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because the network building process might seem more complicated than necessary. So, the easiest way would be just to say, okay, these are the friends, right?
Right.
But this actually would be hard in general to solve.
Okay.
We have a description of the building process, which is maybe a bit more complicated, but actually it helps a lot in solving the task.
Okay.
So what happens is as follows. People, imagine there is a party, and people arrive one by one.
Right.
And initially there's just one guy, the guy who's organizing the party.
Okay.
And then when a person arrives, the person is greeted by someone already in the party.
Okay. And the party is the network.
Yeah.
Okay.
And let's call this greeting person a host.
Okay.
And the host does one of there are 3 possibilities for the host. So he either says, okay, let's be friends. So they become friends. He becomes
you and me.
Well, the host becomes friends with the newcomer.
Okay.
That's one option. Second option is that the friends introduces the newcomer to all his friends. So the newcomer becomes friends with all friends of the host.
But not the host.
Yeah, it's like
Okay.
forgets to introduce himself.
Yeah, well, that happens.
Yeah, and the third option is the combination of both previous. So the newcomer is friends with the host and with all friends of the host.
Okay, we are friends.
Yeah,
Okay.
basically. So, and this process keeps going. People, more and more people come every time.
And the host can be different.
Yeah,
it doesn't have to be, but it can be.
Yeah, it can be.
Okay.
After everyone shows up, we know what the network looks like, and we can solve the real problem.
Right. But then, if every time the host introduces the guest to himself and everybody else, then we'll just have a fully connected network. Everybody will be friends.
Yeah, that's true. And this is actually one of the subtasks we have. So in one of the subtasks, we have just a group of people, and they all know each other.
Okay.
And we need to pick a group of people so that there is this group does not contain a pair of friends. So obviously,
you can only pick one person.
Yeah, we can only pick one or zero. But
well, 1 or 0, but you're going for the maximum numbers.
Yeah, so it's better to pick one.
Well, there are no negative confidences, I presume.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, in one of the subtasks, basically, you need to just output the maximum confidence value that you get. And this gives you 8 points.
Well, let me ask you a question. Does it happen also that there is a network where nobody is friends, so where you can just pick everybody?
That's true. That happens if every time the host introduces the newcomer to all his friends, but not to himself. So in the first step,
the host has no friends in the first step, so he introduces the newcomer to all his friends, but he has no friends, so the newcomer is just alone. It will be a dull, boring party.
And then next person comes, and since there are no friends of the host again, and this keeps going, and nobody is friends with anyone, so our survey sample can just be all of them.
And then you just pick just the sum of all the confidences, what you give as an answer then.
Mm-hmm. And this will give you another 8 points.
Well, that's good. So by thinking about the task and figuring out, oh, this actually implies that, you already get some points.
That's true.
That's nice. Yep. Okay.
And there are 6 subtasks in total.
Okay.
So there are more complicated options also available.
Okay. And then the last task?
The last task is holiday. And this one is about Jianjia going for holiday to Taiwan.
Okay.
And so we're assuming there are N cities in Taiwan, all located along a single highway.
Single highway, N cities, probably labeled from 0 to N minus 1, because that's how we do stuff.
Right.
Except with gondolas.
Yeah.
But okay, so labeled from 0 to N minus 1. And they're all along a single highway, so they're located next to each other.
Yeah, that's true.
So can I assume that city I has as neighbors city I minus 1 and city I plus 1?
Yeah, exactly.
City 0 has only one neighbor?
Yep.
And city N minus 1 also has only one neighbor. Okay, well, what are we going to do?
Well, so Jianjia has D-days for holidays.
Okay.
So this number is given to us. And he starts in some city which is also given in the very beginning.
Okay, so he's going to have a holiday of D-days starting in a specific city that you will tell the student.
Yes.
Okay.
And now, in every city, there is some number of attractions, which is also given in the beginning.
For each city, there's a number of attractions.
Yep.
And that number is always different, or maybe different, or always
maybe
the same?
arbitrary.
Arbitrary number for every city.
Yep.
Okay.
And Jianjia wants to visit as many attractions as possible.
Okay.
And what he can do is that he has D-days, and on each of these days, he can do one of the following.
Okay.
He might either move to an adjacent city.
Okay.
Just by one.
Yeah.
Or, well, since he is in some city, he can visit all attractions which are there.
In the city that he is
Yes.
at that point, he can visit everything.
Yeah. But since, it's pretty boring to do the same thing twice on your holiday, we're assuming that he's not going to do that. So if he visits one city, he's not going to visit it anymore.
Okay, so if you're in city 3 and you visit all the attractions, you go to city 4, visit the attraction, go back to city 3, you wouldn't visit the attraction there. You can go to city 2, visit the attractions, go back to city 3, don't do anything because you've already been there, go to city 4, go to city 5, visit the attractions. Do you have to visit the attractions when you're in the city, or can you say,
no, you don't.
Just passing through,
Yeah.
just passing through, nothing to see here.
Yeah, you can do that.
Walk on, move along. Okay.
Right. So these are the rules, and the task is to find the plan for holiday so that he can visit as many attractions as possible.
Do you have to find the plan, or do you have to find the maximum number of attractions that you can see?
You have to find the maximum number of attractions, but if you can find that, it's actually pretty easy to get the plan.
For the next thing.
So,
Okay.
so we just didn't want to complicate things unnecessarily.
But it was discussed in the IC, asking that as well.
Not really. I mean,
We just agreed to.
yeah,
just
because
have it.
the main algorithmic difficulty is in finding the value. So this would be, I think this would be just we'll ask them basically to write more code.
Okay.
But not really think much more.
Okay. Well, tell me more.
So.
You want to start with this one? Now
I can do that.
Yeah, let's just continue with this one.
So you might observe that in an optimal solution, you're in some city, you'll either just keep walking one way, visiting attractions on the way.
Okay.
Or the other way, visiting attractions on the way.
Okay.
But it also may pay off to turn back. So you're gonna walk one way, visit some attractions, and then at some step you'll turn back and start walking the other way.
Right.
But it does not pay off to turn back twice.
Right, because then you're visiting cities, many cities, too many times. That's
Yeah,
just
I mean,
insane.
so
You've already been there.
I mean, once you've started walking one way, so say we're in the optimal solution, we'll visit. This is the rightmost, and this is the leftmost attractions. We've started here, so it really pays off either to walk to this one and this one, or the other way around. Actually, if we know what is the leftmost and rightmost attractions, we can first find the shortest route that goes through, that visits both them.
Right.
And there is a unique shortest route, and after that, pick the attractions that we would like to. We pick the cities which we'd like to visit. So there is really no point in turning back twice.
Okay. So how are we? Let's start by simplifying it. That's what the subtasks are for. So surely there must be a simplified subtask.
Yeah. So one simple subtask is if we start in city 0, which means on the end of the highway.
So you can only go in one way.
I mean, it only makes sense to go in one way, basically.
Okay, yeah, it only makes sense to go one way, but you can still skip cities. So, and surely there are so many cities that just trying everything is, you'll score 0 points.
Yeah, well, you might score some, but not too many.
Okay, because you can go up to 2 to the power of 20 or so, and then you just run out of time, right?
Yeah.
So you start walking in city 0, you walk to the right, and every time you have to decide, will I visit the attraction or do I just keep on walking?
Yeah, that's true.
And I have X days or D days to go through. Okay, so how do you do this?
So we might check, so we will iterate through all possible ending cities, so the cities in which we finish our holiday, the furthest city that we reach. So for a given city, if we go all the way up to city I, we know that we must have spent I days moving.
Right.
So we have D minus A days for visiting attractions.
Right.
So we'll basically, the best thing to do is to pick the D minus A best cities out of the first I cities.
That makes sense.
And that can be done with the data structure.
And so you just do that for every number of days?
Yep.
And then you have to do a smart search thing for that, or can you just do them all?
What do you mean by smart search?
Well, do you have to try things, or you just for every number of days that you will travel, you will find out?
You'll just query data structure to get this number, right? So that's not too complicated,
right?
And then once we have that, we can move to a more complex problem, and this is a problem which is an intermediate step, but you have to define these problems by yourself.
Okay.
So now we'd like to solve the problem when we're starting in city 0, but we'd like to do it to get the answer for all possible numbers of days.
And this is a problem. Okay. And the maximum number of days would be
anything between 0 and 2n minus 1. 2n minus 1 is enough, to visit every single attraction, every single city.
You go somewhere, you spend time, spend time, spend time, and then the last one you just you go.
So n minus 1 days moving, and days for visiting.
Right. Okay.
Right. So we'd like to get answers for all possible numbers of days.
Okay.
So then what you have to do is, this is one approach. You should define a function which for a given number of days tells you what is the ending city in an optimal solution.
Okay.
So this would be so say f of t is the optimal ending city if is the optimal ending city if we have t days, right?
Okay.
So now the observation is
The reason there's a little nervousness now going on is because a Chinese kid, Xingjiang Su, now also has a perfect score of 600. So we have 3 people in first place with a perfect score.
Oh.
With 21 minutes left to go in the contest. Just sorry for interrupting you, but I said we would interrupt if something exciting happened. So there are 3 people in shared first place. USA was the first one to get into the first place. Scott Wu. Then Ishraq Huda figured, he does it, I might do it as well. And then China, finally came to the conclusion we want to be there as well. So Yinjiang Su also 600 points on the IOI 2014. So 3 students so far in perfect place. Let's just move on. Sorry about that.
So I was saying we're now solving the task in which we're starting in city 0 and we'd like to get the answer for all possible numbers of days.
Right.
And we should define a function which says for a given number of days, what is the ending city in an optimal solution?
Okay, so that's what you're going for. You want to know the ending city.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's say f of t is the ending city if I have the t days of vacation of holiday.
Right, because once you have the ending city, it's easy to calculate.
Yeah, basically.
Because that's just the d minus the ending city, and then you find the maximum numbers at the moment. Okay.
So it turns out it's quite intuitive that the function f is non-decreasing. So the more days you have, the further you'll finish, basically.
Okay.
And this allows you to compute it with divide and conquer.
Okay.
So we'll first say we'd like to get the values of f in the range from 0 to, I don't know, m. Or maybe no, m is not a good to, I don't know, from 0 to whatever x.
Yeah.
And we start with city with the middle city, which is the city x over 2.
Okay.
And we compute f of x over 2 using the algorithm I gave in the beginning, basically.
Right.
And then if we have that, we know that for smaller arguments, we can only consider earlier ending cities. And for greater arguments, we may only consider further ending cities.
So you're limiting where you have to search.
Yes, basically.
And you can do that several times then.
Yep.
Okay.
And this gives you a recursion with logarithmic number of levels.
Right.
Because I'm always shooting for the middle ending city.
Yeah.
And on every recursion level, I'm kind of, well, it's a bit more subtle than that. I'm kind of checking every possible city in total in all recursive calls for it to be an ending city.
Okay.
And so this solves the case when we start in city 0 and want to solve it for all possible numbers of days.
Right.
And from that, there is one more step required to get the full solution. So now we're starting an arbitrary city.
Okay.
And we want to go, well, one way and turn back, or just one way. So we cut the highway into half in our starting city.
Okay.
We obviously we solve the problems
on both sides.
On both sides, so we know what can we do if we have any number of days on both sides. But also we'd like to know, well, how much can we see if we start here? We're going one way and we want to go back here.
And you walk back.
Yeah.
So then it just takes twice as long walking.
Yeah, we need twice as much time walking. So this is equivalent to placing cities a distance 2 apart instead of 1.
Right, do the same algorithm and put them 2 apart.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, we just insert some auxiliary cities with no attractions in between.
Right.
And then if you have all that, this can be easily combined to get the
maximum of the...
Yeah, the number we're ultimately looking for.
Right. Okay. When you explain it, it doesn't sound so hard. But, when we look at the scoreboard, it's not trivial.
Oh, yeah, definitely it's not.
But that's the point, right?
Yep.
Okay, so let's go into the next one.
So the next one, let's say, how about gondola?
Okay.
So I don't think there is...
So gondola, for the viewers that just tuned in, and just download the tasks at www.ioi2014.org. But gondola is, we have a set of gondolas, those hanging things. They're on a circular rail, and they're moving around in circles. There's one station where you as a viewer can stand, and you will watch the gondolas come by. The gondolas are labeled consecutively 1, 2, 3, 4 to n, but let's, for our example, use 5. So they're labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You show up, and then you start watching. When you start watching, you might see 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, because they're going around in circles, and you don't know exactly when you started. Gondolas can break down. If a gondola breaks down, it is replaced by the next numbered gondola that has never been seen or it has never been used before. So if out of these 5 a gondola breaks down, it will be replaced by gondola number 6. So you could have 1, 2, 6, 4, 5. And obviously with any starting point, so you could 2, 6, 4, 5, 1 would also be a valid set of gondolas. A gondola that has been replaced can be replaced again by the number 7 and number 8, etc. And there is an infinite supply of replacement gondolas.
How convenient.
How convenient. So tell us, subtask 1.
So actually, it's a group of 3 subtasks.
Okay.
With different constraints.
So group 1.
Yeah, but the goal is to say for a given sequence of numbers, we should say, is this a valid gondola sequence? So is it possible to observe this one?
Okay.
And this is quite an easy one because it's basically, the replacement gondolas can appear in almost any order.
Okay.
At least we need to make sure that there are no duplicates.
Okay.
And for the original gondolas, we have to check whether they're consistent with the original order of 1, 2, 3 up to n.
Okay.
But this is all very easy.
So this is a very simple thing.
Yeah, that's an easy group of subtasks.
Okay.
The second subtask in which we're given a valid gondola sequence.
Okay.
And in this group of subtasks, we should tell, well, what is the possible scenario of breakdowns that might have resulted in this particular one?
In which order did gondolas break down in order to get this set of gondolas that you saw?
Yeah, there may be many options, but for the sequence of numbers of gondola that broke down, but it's enough to just to give one example.
Just give one example. Okay.
Right. So what you do here, well, you say, okay, if nothing broke down, if we just have the gondolas 1 to n, then, well, the sequence of breakdowns is empty. You just say nothing broke down. Otherwise, you sort the replacement gondolas, so the gondolas with number greater than n, in increasing order, and then you do the following. So let's say gondola with the lowest number, and then assume that the first breakdowns took place on this position, and we just perform the breakdowns until this gondola number matches.
Right.
And then we go to greater replacement gondola number, and we start breaking gondolas down until this element of the sequence is fixed. And we can just we go from element to element. We keep destroying gondolas until we fix next element of the sequence, and in the end we get what we really want.
So then you get a sequence.
Yep.
Okay.
And then in the third group of subtasks, we need to count how many possible replacement sequences, so the sequences that we may produce in the second group, how many of those exist.
Okay.
And here it's again quite similar. So we're basically going from we're iterating through the replacement gondolas. So we're taking gondola n plus 1, and we're checking, okay, where is it possible that this one was placed? So it's either in the final sequence, and then there's just one place we may put it, or
it's leading up to it, and then it's in every place with a high enough number.
Yeah.
So you just multiply out these options. But that gives a huge number
of multiplications.
Yes.
Well, you can compress that. I mean, you can say, okay, if there are many spots for this gondola, I like to multiply this by this number, and then I take next gondola, and if still there might be still as many spots, and I multiply again by this number. So I'm going to multiply, I don't know, x a given number of times, which I can detect. So instead of multiplying x k times, I just need to compute x to the power of k, right?
Okay.
And I can get k pretty easily.
Right, but that's still a big number. How do you ensure that you don't get integer overflows?
So in the task we were being nice, and we allow the students to we ask students to output the number modulo 10 to the 9th plus 9.
And why 10 to the 9th plus 9?
Well, why not?
Because it's a nice number.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Okay, so that
you know, it will be extremely difficult to think of any solution that would exploit the fact that you output a number of modulo. So and you know, we kind of want students to prove that they know how to solve it in principle, and you know, they basically this shows that they get the formula right.
Right. Okay.
Right.
And
so this is what you do here.
gondola?
Yeah. That was
Okay.
gondola.
And then the last one is
friend. So here we have this. We have the social network. So a group of people, and it's built. The description of the network is actually the description of its construction.
Mm-hmm.
So the nodes arrive one by one, and when a node arrives, there is a host node given, which is already in the network.
Okay.
Or a host person, and then this new node is added in one of three possible ways. So the first way is that the host is connected or becomes friends with the host.
The new person only becomes friends with the host.
The second option is that the new person becomes friends with all friends of the host, but not the host.
Right.
And the third option is that the new person becomes friends with friends of the host and the host.
Right.
And for every person, we have some number. Let's say it's a weight.
Okay.
And the goal is to find the maximum weight independent set. So a maximum, a set of nodes such that there are no edges between nodes in this set.
Okay.
And the total weight of them is as big as possible.
Okay.
Okay. So the first step is that we should switch from this problem to a slightly more general problem.
Okay.
In which we gain xi for taking node I, but we can also gain yi for not taking it.
Okay, because we have the choice for every node to take it or not take it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And well, our initial problem has, in our initial problem, the xi values are given. These are just the weight, and yi are all zeros.
Right.
So this new problem, you know, this can solve the previous one too. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna modify the network. We're gonna reduce its size. At the same time, we're gonna ensure that the smaller network has the same optimal solution as the bigger one. I mean, the weight of the optimal solution in the smaller network is equal to the one in the original one.
Right.
So what we might do is we take a look on the last vertex or the last node that was added.
Okay.
And we take a look at its host.
Yes.
And it turns out that we might just modify the x and y values for the host and totally delete the last vertex.
Okay, and how do you modify them? Because you have to pick or not pick that. Ooh,
yeah.
You pick or not pick that, so you can move that into the host.
Well, so for example, if this new node is friends with all friends of the host, but not with the host, what happens is that we might pick both of them or none of them.
Right.
So we can just sum their x values, we can sum their y values and just replace them by one vertex.
Okay.
If, for example, then the last vertex is friends only with the host.
You can pick either one of them.
Yeah.
So you take the maximum.
So no. What happens is that if you do not pick the host, you can pick the new vertex for free.
Right.
And if you pick the host, you cannot pick the new vertex.
Right.
So what happens is that the x value of the last vertex is added to the y value, and vice versa. The y value is added to the x value.
Right.
And in the last case, when the added vertex is added has edges or is friends with both the host and the friends of the host,
right,
we can pick either of them, but not both of them. I mean, we can pick at most one of them, right?
Right.
So we can just replace them with the better of them, right?
Right.
With the one that gives us more profit, because we can take both.
Okay.
And in every case we can basically remove the last vertex.
And we work our way back to the beginning.
Yeah, and in the end we have
two numbers.
We have a vertex which we might take or not, and we get some points for taking it, some points for not taking it, and we need to choose the better. So it's
okay. Perfect. That sounds, well, I wouldn't say trivial, but it's a new way of looking at things.
Yeah.
And so it opens up your eyes. And do we expect the students to? Have you looked at their source code? are there students that found this way of doing it, or did they come up with different ways?
So actually, we're busy all the time for the contest. We didn't have time to see the solutions unless there have been some possible issues.
Okay.
So this is when we start reading code. I mean, I believe by saying we, I mean ISC.
Okay.
So we don't have time to do that, but
that's it.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do, because there's only 5 minutes left in the contest, I'm going to say thank you to you, so you can
Thanks
go
a
back
lot.
upstairs, and I'm going to bring Richard Peng forward, and we're just going to do a live changeover here on the show. No leaders, no little things, and then we'll just switch over. Hey. Hi. Are you following the? You have to make sure the microphone touches your chin.
Okay.
Just hold it here. Yeah, that's JP, the Canadian team leader. He isn't doing too well today.
I mean,
his
students. Are doing
students.
well. He has a student.
14th.
Yeah, 14th.
Yeah, I heard America as in like place 1 and place 9.
So our contest.
And 15 and 18. You guys are on page 1. My students are on page last. So tell me, how happy are you with Scott's result?
So Scott has been in similar situations at the IOI last year. On both days, he was in such a situation as today, and I'm very happy that this finally worked out for him.
Mhm.
We say that 3 times is a charm, and third time it finally worked out. And I mean, when I saw he get the first 2 problems, the feeling was, oh no, not again.
Right, because he had a block down last year, didn't he?
Yes, on both days.
Right.
And I'm very happy that only took him another hour and a half.
And he was the first one on the first day. After 2 hours, he was done.
He did it with 3 submissions too.
Nothing was wrong. He was like, boom, okay, boom, okay, boom.
Yes.
And today as well?
Well, today
you didn't know
there
that?
were more batches today, so
Okay.
today took a little longer. But
Wow, that is so exciting, isn't it? And so when you guys land in the US, your president will be there welcoming you back, right? Because this is like the greatest event in American history. You're not good at soccer, so this is where you score your points.
So the last time the US IOI team got 4 gold medals was in 2005, so it has been a while. I would imagine the students, I mean, I was just looking at some of the Facebook posts coming through the feed, and all those friends from the students' school back home, they're following us very closely, and Facebook is getting flooded right now.
Well, that's the point. I mean, he was the first in first place. And look, Joshua just moved up to 12th place. He just scored some more points.
I'm glad that you have that scoreboard in front of me, because
Yeah.
I was going to look at that score for a while.
No, yeah, but you don't want to stare at it. Then nothing happens. It's when you come on the show that stuff starts happening. We had the Australian show. He moved into first place live on the score. We were just going to go to some movie, and then he just moved into first place as well. So there are 3 people in first place. Do you think it's a problem that there are 3 students in first place? Or do you like the fact that you're like, oh, they will share things? Look, Stephen just moved into 6th place.
So my impression is that all the 3 of these contestants have put in a very large amount of effort and time, worked very hard for this. Even the 4th place, Nikolai Kalinin, he's count on Code Forces.
Right.
And his log is also that he has done many, many contests over the past year.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, so I know Scott personally. I was just talking to Jara, who said that Ishraq worked a lot on this. And I mean, the Chinese contestant to even get on the Chinese team,
that takes 3 years. We had the Chinese team leader here, and he says it's a 3-year progress to be allowed to compete to be on the Chinese team. They don't get training. They have to do it all by themselves, the Chinese students. So they do all their training. But that's what this is all about, right? Training, perseverance, putting your time into it.
I think I'm quite happy that it worked out for these contestants. Personally, I'm a little sad that for Nikolai that there was something on day 1 where it didn't work out. But
Well, you look at Oliver Fischer. Also, on day 1 didn't score. Well, didn't do 230 points on day 1. What are we complaining about, right? 5th place overall. But there are 5 students with perfect scores on day 2, and 3 of them had a perfect score on day 1 as well. I mean, they are the best students, obviously.
Yes, I think these are. I mean, there was a very hard problem set. I mean, this is a lot of the problems I look at, I go, there's no way I would solve them in 5 hours. I was a contestant at some point as well, and I still look at some of these problems. And for them to be able to solve all these problems in 5 hours on both days consistently,
right?
And in such a short period of time, this is a great accomplishment for them.
Oh, it is. I mean, I've been discussing all the problem sets with the ISC members, and when he explains to me how to do it, I'm like, oh, yeah, that didn't sound that hard. But then getting there, making that connection, figuring out how to do it, that's the hard part. And they're really good at these things. And there's only about a minute left. So we'll keep you on the show for the last minute, just to see if anything else happens. Oh, there's someone, this is Iran, right?
Yeah, so there's one interesting thing I was following before, which was where would the gold medal cutoff be?
Well, we don't know that exactly. And the reason we don't know that exactly is because the gold medal cutoff is at most 1/12 of the students will get a gold medal. But the number of students that you see on the scoreboard is not the number of students that is counted for the cutoff. So there are a few students that have not shown up at the IOI. The Albanian team, we don't know what happened to them. But so there are 4 students for the Albanian team at the bottom of the scoreboard with 0 points, obviously, because they're not here. But they're not counted.
So I guess now the contest is, I mean, I just saw the timer switch.
Yeah, it switched. We're out of the contest, so we don't know exactly where the gold cutoff is going to be.
I mean, the same questions also goes for the other cutoffs.
Right.
But, because my students were kind of on the verge of these cutoffs. I was staring at that fairly closely.
But now they're in 16th place.
Great.
So that's great, right? Your lowest submission is in 16th place, and your best guy is in shared first place.
I mean, it's hard to describe how happy I am about
it. Doesn't get much, I mean, we kept laughing that there's room for improvement, but it doesn't get much better than this now, does it? This is it. Go outside and go see your students. We'll wrap things up here, and then I'm just going to come outside as well. Okay. Yeah? Thank you very much for coming on the show.
Thank you.
So, to those of you watching from home, this is it. The IOI for us is basically over. The second competition day has just ended. And like we've said, there are 3 people with a perfect score. My scoreboard keeps changing again. This is, now it's back. So there are 3 people in shared first place. Ishraq Huda, Scott Wu, and Jinjian Xu from Australia, USA, and China. They came in the order, the order in which they got their perfect score doesn't matter for the final ranking. But Scott has been the first to be done on day 1, and he was the first to be done on day 2. And actually, I think Jinjian Xu was the first to be done, the second to be done on day 1 and second today. And Ishraq Huda, I don't recall, but he was the second today to get his perfect score. So we're very excited. Congratulations to the USA, to China, and to Australia. And of course, congratulations to those people. We are going to wrap up the live show. What we're going to do is we'll show you one more little movie just of the way the contest hall looks, of the people sitting there. We'll keep the scoreboard up. And after that movie's done, we're just going to have to cut the live broadcast because we all want to go out and meet the students. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Leave any comments you want or send us any feedback. If you want to read the tasks, www.ioi2014.org. The scoreboard is still showing at live.ioi2014.org, so you can still see the scoreboard. It's not changing anymore, or it may change if there are still submissions in the queue, but nobody else is allowed to submit at this point. Send us your feedback. Go onto our Facebook and just say what you want to say. My name is Eliakim Schrijvers. Thank you very, very much for watching with us. We know it's been a long 10 hours. It has been for us. So we hope to see you again next year when we're doing the same thing from Kazakhstan.